stuck in the world as you saw it many years ago. To you it looks the same, whatever we do. It's not like we did not try to. That everything we could turn it upside down. Try and find something good, you're not around. Make no more said, but 6 years and 3 hours since you met me. Love me honestly, but send me no fresh flowers. I know you know me, it won't last. See, don't stay on for my sake. Let me tell you, I gotta tell you, I got no use for heartache. How you play me, how you play me, yeah. Is that what you really think? That I've been enough for you? That 2003 is the length to what reality ever belonged to. Said, I just know that we got something good, something good. That I'm not the one who hold on to everything I should, darling. That's a fair, understood, said 6 years and 3 hours since you met me. Love me honestly, send me no fresh flowers. I know you know me, it will not see. Don't stay on for my sake. And let me tell you, I gotta tell you, I got no use for heartache. How you play me, how you play me. Send me no fresh flowers. 6 years and 3 hours since you met me. Love me honestly, send me no fresh flowers. I know you know me, you'll never see. Don't stay on for my sake. Let me tell you, I gotta tell you, I got no use for
Welcome to Southern Sweden Design Days studio and the second day of Southern Sweden Design Days 2021. I'm Karin and this is Kajsa, and we're here to present today's program. Today we will lift activities that cover topics such as material-driven design and circular design. So why has material-driven design become such an important asset for the creative industry in Southern Sweden?
First of all, there are two world-class research centers under development in the southern part of Sweden, in the university city Lund. The European Spallation Source ESS facility and the Max IV laboratory, which gives this part of Sweden a new inspiring identity as being at forefront of material science.
And also, there are many designers from the south of Sweden that are interested in sustainability and production in connection to the ongoing climate crisis, who has developed this field for years to make a greater impact. If you're curious about material-driven design and collaboration between designer and supplier, you should check out What Matters 2.0, where designers have been collaborating with manufacturers from this region to find new ways to work with their waste material. And also, have a look at Spook TV with a series of study visits from local manufacturers listed at the Spook platform.
Copenhagen-based digital gallery for collectible design, Adorno, has curated a collection of selected items by 10 southern Swedish designers. The collection is presented at the Swedish Design Pavilion as a virtual exhibition. Don't forget to watch it at southernswedendesigndays.com, displayed in 3D. And now over to next topic, circular design. Design and innovation is a key for a sustainable shift. In the first panel, we invite you to listen to learnings from the design, textile and fashion industry in Sweden.
You will meet representatives of the fast-growing sustain tech company Renewcell and the world-unique textile sorting facility Siptex and the progressive fashion brand Common Sweden to hear about their contributions to a sustainable future.
The second panel is covering circular design within the furniture design market. Meet the founder of outdoor furniture company Vestre, the design collective On Materia, moderated by Jonas Olsson from Swedish Industrial Design Foundation.
First out today is a performance by Emil Jensen. He is an artist, songwriter and poet, combining comedy and seriousness in a completely own mix. He has released 7 albums and his summer talk in national Swedish radio P1 is among the most acclaimed ever. Today he will perform his thoughts on culture, titled Grädde på moset.
Mycket av det som borde vara det mest självklara har blivit mer och mer onaturligt för oss människor. Livet, döden och kärleken är fenomen som vi i och för sig aldrig har hanterat särskilt bra genom vår historia. Men det mest grundläggande, som att äta, dricka och sova, har blivit mindre och mindre naturligt för oss. Äta är numera en komplicerad passion och sova är ett avancerat projekt. Och vi pratar om att dricka vatten som någonting vi måste tänka på hela tiden, istället för att dricka vatten när vi är törstiga, därav törsten. Och allra mest onaturligt har detta med kultur blivit, tyvärr, det som är så bra och så livsnödvändigt för oss. Men att rista in saker, att måla, dansa, sjunga, berätta, äta är något vi människor har gjort under hela vår historia på denna planeten. Kultur är inte grädden på moset som det brukar heta. I och för sig, grädde är också en slags kultur, precis som yoghurt. Men vi lever alla med mer eller mindre allvarliga sjukdomar. Ibland kan vissa känna sig helt oövervinnerliga, men för det mesta har vi skavanker av olika slag som vi måste lära oss att hantera. Smärta till exempel, ibland går den över, men ibland måste vi lära oss att leva med smärta och samtidigt kunna njuta av livet. Och likadant med det psykiska. Det finns ingen självklar linje mellan frisk och sjuk. De flesta mår dåligt ibland, många blir deprimerade i olika grad och de allra flesta drabbas minst en gång i livet av en stor sorg. Och alla som drabbats av en stor sorg vet att den aldrig går över. Men vi lär oss att leva med den. I bästa fall lär vi oss att vara lyckliga och ha en stor sorg på samma gång. Kultur betyder från början odling. Och kultur lär oss att odla mitt i och vid sidan av allting vi ställs inför och alla hemskheter vi bär med oss som skit i bagaget. Och att läsa och lyssna på musik hjälper oss att fantisera. Inte bara i betydelsen drömma oss bort. Fantasi är grunden för att kunna känna vad andra människor känner. Empati är fantasi. Fantasi är trolleri. Vårt väsens kanske allra största magiska superkraft. Kulturupplevelser och kulturutövande kanske inte botar sjukdomar, men det leder tveklöst till ökat välbefinnande. Körsång, som är både kulturupplevelse och kulturutövande på samma gång, är kanske det mest slående exemplet. Vård och omsorg handlar kanske inte i första hand om frånvaro av sjukdomar. Det handlar kanske framför allt om att må bra medan vi mår dåligt. Att vara frisk medan man är sjuk. Och där är kultur svårslaget som fenomen. Jag minns i högstadiet när vi lärde oss Maslows behovstrappa. Längst ner på trappan var det mest grundläggande som sömn och mat. På nästa steg var det social trygghet. Överst på trappan så var det självförverkligande. Ofta illustrerat med någon som stod lite ensam och spelade fiol. En bra bild av vår syn på kultur. Någonting som vi bara kan ägna oss åt när alla andra behov är tillgodosedda. När allt annat är fixat och klart. Vilket det aldrig är. Kultur, rätten till kultur. Det är inte så många som vet att det står med i FN:s deklaration om de mänskliga rättigheterna. Allas rätt till kultur. Så kultur är både överst och nederst och mellerst på behovstrappan. Det är livsnödvändigt. Jag tänker på de sånger som slavar sjöng under de mest vidriga förhållanden. Knappast med upplevelsen av att alla andra behov var tillgodosedda. Tvärtom, det är kultur som håller oss människor över ytan. Att berätta, lyssna på musik, läsa, alla konsterna är livsnödvändiga för att vi ska överleva, lika mycket som näring och sömn. Så kultur är inte grädden på moset, det är själva moset och grädden på samma gång. Kultur är kanske ingen mirakelmedicin, men besitter en annan magi. För när det kommer till välbefinnande är kultur en vägvinnande melodi. Hoppas du på trolleri finns en viss besvikelserisk. Kultur kanske inte kan bota en sjuk, men kan bota en frisk. Kultur kan aldrig hjälpa dig att gå på vatten, men ge dig känslan av att simma runt i Titicaca. Kultur kan aldrig trolla fram en massa bröd, men ge dig minnet av att baka. Och kultur kan aldrig väcka de döda ur den eviga plågan, Men om vi vänder perspektiv, kulturen har den unika förmågan att väcka levande till liv. Och troligen ökar kultur inte livslängden heller, tyvärr. Det är inga längre liv som kulturen ger. Men den hjälper oss den lilla stund som vi är här att leva lite djupare och lite mer.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to this session where we will talk about crossover innovation and design, interplays, perspectives, and momentums. And my name is Daniel Byström, and I have the great honor to host this session. And together with me, I have a great panel that I hope will be able to ask all these complex questions that we have. So first of all, we have Ulrika Forsgren Högman. You're the head of innovation and development at Malmö Stad. We have Ola Jakobsson, who works with cultural and creative industries and international affairs at Region Skåne, at the cultural department at Region Skåne. And then we have, there you are, Johanna Tysk, system oriented and transdisciplinary designer at Coke. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to say, but yeah, I do my best. And then we have Jenny Nordberg, you're industrial designer, and you're also the founder of Spook, that we can maybe talk a little bit more about later. And then we have the great honor to have Magnus Göransson. You are a designer, and you're also the former design director of Lego Creative Play Lab. And then, not at least, we have Dorte Bo Boyesen, who is the CEO of Form Design Center. So when we talk about crossover innovation and design and this thematic that we have today, what is it about? Well, I think it is about how we can talk more about the preconditions for innovation and design to take place, and how we encourage more interdisciplinary collaboration in between not only the design professions but also many other disciplines. How we move from talking together and do more action together. I think that would be something we'll talk about today. We can talk about what has become better, what are we good at, what challenges are there, and what do we need to do more of. So one of the thematics of this first, and this is actually the first Southern Sweden Design Days, which is great, and the thematic today is, and for this year, this first year, is 1 + 1 = 3. And I think it would be, first of all, it would be quite interesting to hear about why do we have this Southern Sweden Design Days, and what about this thought about the thematic? Dorte, would you like to explain that for us?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Southern Sweden Design Day is actually a development of a former project called Southern Sweden Creatives, where the region financed by the EU addressed the creative cultural businesses in order to see what impact do these businesses have on the Swedish BNP. And when that had been finalized and concluded that it was very successful, at Form Design Center we decided that we could not leave all the relation, all the knowledge that was built behind. So we decided to develop a new platform with a bottom-up perspective. We have developed a framework for performers and practitioners to fill this Southern Sweden Design Days with content addressing subject as design. And we are actually now ready to welcome and open this first edition of Southern Sweden Design Days. And the ambition is to develop a new annual event over time with the aim of highlighting and build knowledge about design, focusing on sustainability, collaboration, development in a cross-innovative perspective. And Southern Sweden Design Days aim to invite visitors from all over the world eventually to experience the best of the creative Southern Sweden design community. And the aim is to design or to address design interest public as well as the professional visitors. And I think with Malmö as a central hub for creativity and sustainability and culture for 4 days, the Southern Sweden Design Days platform is showcasing a full range of design disciplines through seminars, workshops, exhibitions, as well as networking events. Concentrating, focusing on this theme, so as you addressed, Daniel, 1 + 1 = 3. And I think that the theme can be seen as a symbol of synergy of alliances and development in order to reach improvement, which matters, which really makes a difference. To solve existing and future challenges where we need to collaborate, we need to innovate, we also need to bring new acquisitions to the table, and the theme encourages to collaboration and to interdisciplinary interaction. And 3 1 + 1 equal to 3 is open to interpretation, of course. And we can be meeting discussion and work between material and techniques that forms new solutions. It can also be different expressions and styles combined in an innovative matter, or it can be encouraging different industries and disciplines to merge. It's all up to how we interpret and how we collaborate. And I think the aim of the theme is also to emphasize the region's openness and capacity, and not least to address how do we go ahead, how do we actually make new improvement, because we have a world that needs new development and new innovation. So, long answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that kind of opening speech. I think we will move forward to a little bit like, more questions and a little bit dynamic session here. I think what you're addressing, Dorothy, is really important. And first of all, when I stand here and listening to you, it is interesting to hear about the Southern Sweden Design Days, and maybe start a little bit with both of you from the city of Malmö and Region Skåne. And hear from you, what do you think, maybe Ola first, about how important is it with such an event like Southern Sweden Design Days for the cultural and creative industries to prosper, and both in short terms and more longer terms for this region?
I would say it's very important because it puts the Scanian design industry in spotlight internationally, and it creates new relationships internationally to build on in long term. So also I hope that actually connecting to the theme, that the design industry in itself also can be more connected to other businesses and other lines of businesses in cross innovation environments more in the future, in perhaps more playful ways, and that Southern Sweden Design Days could be one of many arenas for such activities.
Thank you. Interesting, and I also think about Malmö. When I first heard about Malmö was becoming a kind of a city for design, that was about 10 years ago, and now during these 10 years I feel it has happened quite a lot within the design scene and so, and I know that you are new at your job, Ulrika, but you have a really interesting background, and you have been working with design from many different perspectives, both from the public side and from the private side and so on. And what do you have to say about this question, about like the importance of Southern Sweden Design Days and this talk today?
I think it's really important. I think that design needs to be like a driving force for addressing social changes and for building a better society, like you talk about. And I think that creativity has been, how to say, flourishing purposes here in the region for a long time, and but we still have some challenges, like addressing the design as a real driving force for traditional industry, or for using it as a tool for change. And I think that we have the how to say, the myllan, the soil for here, but we have a little bit more to. Nej, jag kan inte säga.
But can I ask you then? Because I've met you throughout the years, like for the past 15 years, after being a freshly baked designer, and then coming out and being here as a designer in Malmö, the southern part of Sweden. And I have met so many representatives from the public sector throughout the years, and you are one of the few that actually understands design and actually understands the capacity of the design process. And why do you think that? I mean, I know that you have a brilliant mind, you're super intelligent, but that it's something else. So why is it? Why do you understand design as you do compared to a lot of other from the public sector?
I think it's really, like I said before, it's so important to have creativity in the processes of developing the society and to be really curious about an open-minded outcome. And I think the designers, unlike other professionals, has the creativity, they have the artistry, they have but also at the same time have the skills of looking at the whole picture and to see systematic eyes on things and the analysis to it. So and also addressing to the context. And I think that's really strange that we in the public sector don't use designers like we use other consultants in the daily projects and the daily operations that we're working with. So yeah, I think it's really, I'm missing that.
But would you say that you being a curious person is the main key? Should we look for the curious people within the public sector in order to find collaborations?
Maybe curiosity, but also I think that really put creativity as a really main success key factor in developing things, because I usually think that we a little bit too used to address what we've done before, looking at the history, using that we know best, like we are safe when we're driving change. So yeah, curiosity, but also actually, I would say, address creativity as a key success factor. Yeah.
I think I will get back to you, but I will continue a little bit to cover the panel here, and I would like to invite Magnus to the conversation. You say something about, because of your background, you come a little bit from side. You have been away from Malmö, and you can see Malmö from maybe another perspective. And you talk about Malmö being a bubbling, playful city, and that playfulness has a important role to play when it comes to innovation. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's I grew up here. I moved away. I came back. I moved away. I came back. So I've been following this with this outside perspective, but also inside perspective, and being able to see the change that has happened over the last 21 years, I would say. It's so nice to see things like this happening. A community of designers coming together, seeing a lot of support systems coming into place, and just having this feeling of a change from being a very industrial. It's kind of interesting that we're here because this was what Malmö was 25 years ago. It was industry, and has become this playful, slightly rebellious city. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Southern Swedish Design Days is happening and why things are happening in Malmö, because there's some kind of rebelliousness underlying in the city as such. And that rebelliousness is something that you need in creativity. You need to be a rebel. You need to be able to challenge things as they are. And that's something that is in the air here and something that we can improve even more.
Mm-hmm. I think you had also a really interesting question and following question into that if they, maybe you can ask the question. Yeah.
I think the question was if the region and the municipality has realized this, that it is a playful city. Was that the question you were asking?
Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah, because playfulness is also one of the big drivers of innovation. It is when you are playful, you are also open. You're open to new ways of playing, if you would say. So just imagine yourself being in a board meeting or being at a resort having a team building experience. That's the difference between play and the professionalism. So that in that play situation, it's so much more to be open and creative. So that's what I see when I come back to Malmö, is that playfulness is already happening, but maybe people haven't really realized it because they've been growing up with it.
Mm. Interesting. Ola, you had something on your mind, and maybe you could also follow up a little bit on what Magnus was talking about.
Yeah, it was kind of the same, in the same spirit. When Jenny said curiosity, I think that's perhaps the most important factor in cooperation, in successful cooperation, being curious about the other one and things that I don't know, and the playfulness as well, of course. And I think that we can improve within the public sector regarding those aspects. But and actually, we have been trying that lately in different projects, and I will not go too deep into that because I would take up all the time. But I think it's very important aspects: curiosity and playfulness.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's invite first, before you, Dorte, we will invite Johanna to the conversation. So all of us have had a chance to say something.
No, I was thinking also when we're speaking about creativity and play and curiosity, because I'm working in the public sector mostly with systems-oriented design, which is, well, systems transformation in response to complex challenges. Like, how do we organize as a city and as like both a city but civil society, as different actors in society, how do we organize to respond to the complex challenges that we're facing? And I think an important aspect of creativity when you speak about it in those terms is also that it's like you have to work with sort of the self. Like, curiosity can be tied to like an individual capacity, but it's also like there's structural conditions for those kinds of things as well. And to look at like, what are the rules that we've set up? What are the goals? How do we measure things? What are the policies that are set in place? And how do these enable or disable a culture of curiosity, creativity, play? So I think that's something that me and others who are sort of have a creative background and enter these environments, that is like we find ourselves in a position of having to understand the context. Like, that's 90% of our work, and then 10% is doing the actual creative work. So I think that's an important aspect also in these conversations, to sort of address and think of creativity from like those, in a way, like angles or those perspectives.
Dorte, did you have something that
Yeah,
you
it was
wanted to
just
say?
an add-on, because I think that curiosity is definitely a driving force in everything in life. But I also think what is important in this discussion and the challenge that we have is to dare to fail, which what I find as a Dane sometimes is very, very difficult in Sweden, because you want to be so proper all the time. And I think it's time now to open up, to dare to fail, because it's through our failures that we actually learn, we move forward, and we can really take very, very big steps in order to allow that. So it was just a comment, but I think it is a very important aspect of
It's a really important comment, absolutely. I would actually want to address a little bit what is going on. At the moment, we can see during these special times that I feel that is, I don't know if you agree, but it's more openness towards experimentation, towards prototyping. There is a lot of focus on especially we talk in Sweden about the national policy for design and architecture, and in Europe we talk about EU Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus, where design and architecture has significant roles, and pointed out to that. And at the same time, and of course we then address really important challenges in connection very much to sustainable development in different perspectives. At the same time, we sit here today, and what I think this is really great example of is that how we are a group of people from different perspectives, both designers with different perspectives and public officials working from another perspective. And in that, I would sometimes I'm thinking about where is design in the whole debate when it comes to the national design and architecture policy. I would like to ask you, Jenny, do you feel invited to national or regional or kind of work around this?
Well, it's said that we are invited, so I should feel invited, but I don't feel included at all. as a designer. And if we're talking about the so-called gestaltad livsmiljö, I feel that it really addresses architects primarily. And why is that? I think it's a lack of understanding, again, a lack of understanding of what design actually is, because design can be so much. We've heard it today. It can be on a systemic level, it can be objects, it can be change of behaviors, it can be services, methods, and because often when the public sector invites creatives, they often invite architects and artists. And I think that's connected to architecture. It's often a building, you can understand it, or a city plan, some kind of, yeah. And with an artist, you can also understand it, it's art. Some might see it as strange, but it's still art and it's allowed to be strange. But then we have design, which is so broad, and it could be so many things. But if we talk about the design process, I think it's easier, because the design process is about going from something to something else, not knowing in the beginning how to go there, but we know that we will end up there, because that's the beauty of the design process. And I think if more people would understand this, then I think we would be included in a much greater way. Because what do we need now? We need change on so many levels. But no, I don't feel invited.
But this is really interesting, because also I will follow up on this a little bit, because and also all of you are listening to this who are designers, that you also feel invited to these discussions. And for example, you were mentioning, Ola, before this conversation, that you, in collaboration with other organizations, are in the process of developing an education in this what we call about gestaltad livsmiljö. I want to explain. Gestaltad livsmiljö is the design and architecture policy for a national policy, and you are right now forming education for the municipalities in Skåne, and you had a question maybe to the designers here.
Yes, actually to everyone, what you would say that the public offices in regional and local level would need to learn during such a traineeship or education. So I was hoping to get some input there. However, I would just make one comment on this on the issue of being included or not. I think that this policy for architecture and design in Sweden is a cross-sectoral policy. It addresses the need of cross-sectoral cooperation, but and it's a complex societal challenge we address. But we are not organized complex. We are in silos with experts. So we have a little difficulty, I would say. It's not a defense, but perhaps an explanation. We have some difficulties in finding each other and actually get on the same page, basically. And that also reflects how we address the rest of you. I think that might be one of the explanations. So most of us understand the complexity, but the challenge of actually addressing it together cross-sectoral is hard.
Mm. So me as a designer, for example, I'm also a designer. I have actually had the chance, actually, or not only the chance, but I have been engaged in working with a national policy around gestaltad livsmiljö. And I know also you, Johanna, you have had that opportunity, but it's a little bit different in what area you work with and what perspectives you have. But what do you have to say about that? And then do you feel invited to this? And then how do you
mean
take
specifically the gestaltad livsmiljö?
Yeah, not only
if I feel, that's an interesting question, I think, because I think I mean, there is more and more of this need for design and like what design can offer in these types of situations. But I also have the feeling that the conditions are not quite rigged for us as designers to come in and properly do the work and like fully do what we are able to do in a way. And I think it's design needs to shift and change and adapt when it enters these new environments as well. So I think it's almost like a mutual evolution growth process for design and for its context. Yeah, that's how I see it in a way. And I see it going in a direction of sort of evolving to be more synchronized in that way, but I'm sure it's going to take a little bit of time.
Can I add just a... I often get the question when working towards municipalities or the public sector, like, we're here and we want to go there. How exactly will you solve it? That's such a... There we can't meet, because the design process is about understanding the situation, doing research, analyzing, learning stuff, and altering how we get to the goal. But I mean, you don't go, if you have a broken leg, you don't go to the doctor and say exactly how will you fix it. You just go there and trust the doctor that he or she will fix it, whatever method. And I think that needs to be applied on design as well. You need to trust the designers. We have long educations. We know these things. You have to trust us that we will solve things.
Magnus, do you have something to add?
I was thinking about what Ulla said, putting out the question on how we maybe can help. And at least my perception of this is that there are a lot of governmental help aids or initiatives out there. So many that it becomes really hard to see through. There are offices that you can get help from, there are organizations, there are development. I think there are over 50 only in Skåne. I think I heard that number. There's like 50 institutions that are set up to help innovation just in this region. And I can probably name about 3. So the problem usually is that the government sets up something and says, this is now a thing. So I hope somebody finds it. And I hope that they can use it, instead of saying, how can we make sure that everybody receives this? How can we coordinate this? Because that's what a government and a municipality is so good at. Building roads, connecting the different islands of things, putting up systems that can help people like Jenny or me or whoever is trying to get into that system. And have a good user experience in getting into that system, so that you can meet instead of having this, there are things out there, but I don't know what they are, and maybe I can get help, maybe who am I supposed to talk to? All those questions, they're barriers towards innovation and design and architecture. They're barriers towards anything really. So that's my maybe answer to your question, but input is that there needs to be more of a push and clarity and structure and infrastructure for the innovation system to be able to function smoothly. We could perhaps use some service design.
Yeah, exactly. So.
But I think that is a very important aspect actually to bring into the municipalities, is to actually work with the design process and methods, which I think, sorry for mentioning Denmark, but they have done it in many municipalities and have had very big success in order to work with a method where you open up the question, you analyze, you conclude, you bring it to the next level. And that is a way to do it. And I think that's where design could come into account in this work that you have got to do. But of course it needs a lot of education, and you have to bring that into that as well, in order to understand what can you achieve.
So I hate to say it, but our time is almost out, but if you have something very, very short to add before I wrap up. Ola, you had something on your mind, or Magnus?
This what I was talking about also. We're partly in this system. We're part of this design network. We know each other. We can navigate this. We can ask each other. So we still have some kind of entry point, even though it's hard to get the real one. But just think about the people that are outside the sphere of designers or design educations or architecture. People like immigrants or people that have a hard time. They're also innovators. And there's a huge capability in those people if you can also help them find their way, and not just people that are kind of educated to find their way. So that would be my hope for the future.
Yeah. Ulrika, did you have something?
Yeah, actually, addressing what you're saying, because I was thinking what we lack, and I think the multinational perspective on design processes and design thinking that we're not including as a tool for participation, inclusion. And I'm lacking that actually in design process and design thinking, that we are not including different nationalities, and it's a quite narrow world actually. And if we take the design thinking as a method for driving force in social change, so that's very important. And
I think that is also really important. I have been in many discussions, many years ago when we talked about, because Sweden and Scandinavia, we are known from Scandinavian design scene and the Swedish design scene, and you talk about what is the kind of the characteristics sometimes, and then you don't think about what is the contemporary design, and that is something that is always changing, and that we always need to be open to invite new disciplines, new cultures, new influences from all around the world, because we are living in a global world.
And in this, where we're on right now, we have 180 nationalities we talk about all the time. So how can we reflect that in our city, in the design in the city, and the urban planning, and so forth? So I think it's an important question.
So now I will try to wrap it up, but because this is obviously a discussion and conversation that has just started. I think it will go on, and I want to invite every one of you who are listening to this to take part in this conversation further on. When I think about designers and how we can, because I sometimes feel that as a designer myself as well, that there's a lot of talk about design, but where are the designers? And it need to be the interplay both from the designers to take place in the conversations, but also to get more invited. And sometimes, I mean, what is it depending on? Is it depending on the designers or the leaders, or is it depending on grassroots? I think we need to create, if we need a cluster of designers to be invited, we just need to invite. That is the first thing. And I think there are so many designers that would like to take a part of these kind of conversations. And talking about what we have been talking about today, with interplays and perspectives and momentums within this crossover innovation and design, I think it is really important to think about the design for sustainable development. I mean, sustainable development, no one actually have the right answer, how the future looks like. And for me, design is really a great tool, because it's very much about test, evaluate, learn, test, evaluate, learn. And it's very much about experimentation. It should be playful. I think it's important to have fun. And I think it is also what you're talking about today, that we cannot break it down too much in silos and pillars, but we need also to rethink a little bit the system. And we need to dare, we need to prototype, we need to test, and we need to experiment, and we need to do all of that together. So that is my final words. I don't know if you have anything that you just want to say. Thank you. And this has been a great, great talk. And thank you all. And thank you who have been listening to this.
I'm Fatima Gran. I'm an architect and a designer.
My name is Jona Berglind Stefansdottir, and I'm a textile designer. I do patterns, construction for textiles. I also do a bit of art.
I have an architectural practice and a design firm.
Wearable installations and whatever I think is fun, I try to work on.
My name is Ebba Tam. I'm an architect. I'm Jing Beijing, a designer specialized in product design, furniture design, visual identity, art direction, etc. I work primarily with interior design, graphic design, and exhibition design. I have a home-based design studio so far. Well, it's me. That's my business.
My story is a little bit different because I'm new in Sweden and I pretty much came at a point where COVID had started to spread in the country. So it's a little bit unusual for me because I had to start from scratch and I had to build a network. So it's been a little bit challenging to set up myself here and settle in the design scene in Sweden.
It is lovely, hard work, and challenging.
It's fun. It's great.
It's a much more laid-back atmosphere. Which is great, and it gets you the opportunity to be inspired by others.
That I get to live here, and by living in Malmö, I think contributes to make me a better designer. Because, I don't know, everything around, I mean, my life contributes to my design, and I have a very nice and calm life here in southern Sweden, or in Malmö. And I think that echoes into my design. I think probably the language and the network from the beginning, because I am from China, Beijing, China. But I started my master program here in Lund University. I gradually established my own network step by step. And during the pandemic, there's some adversities for me and for my business as well. But I managed to rework some of my projects and also actively explore new networks. Now I have some new clients to collaborate with, which is a really pleasant thing.
It's been quite slow, of course, due to COVID, but moving forward and a little challenging, but generally slow.
It has been a year of contrasts. It has been one of the slowest years for me, but also one of the busiest. And yeah, a year full of fundamental human hardships, and in one way really, rewarding and nice. Wow.
Hopefully doing good. I hope I've had the chance to collaborate on a variety of projects.
In my ideal plan, I hope that I can have my own brand with my own name, and also to have more interesting projects, as many as possible. Just the same with a baggage of really fun projects alongside people that I want to, work together with. I'm still learning on that, actually. I think I will be more active in social media and see what it comes. For this particular event, we have still decided to have a physical event, so it didn't change that much for us.
I think the material reaches broader audiences by using digital platforms. So you reach more people than you would do somewhere else, perhaps. I am at Forum and Design Center during Southern Sweden Design Days with my project Augmented Materiality.
Well, you can find me through the official webpage in the activity page where there are two projects of mine. One is the Rebrush, which is a set of sustainable kitchen cleaning brushes, and the other one is Saptonis, which is an art project, reflects my mental space, working from raw materials to designed objects.
My project Empathy is based around the city of Malmö, and you can also find it on the Southern Sweden Design Days website.
At Southern Sweden Design Days you can find me, my partner Andreas Korzewski Hansson, and Siri Skillgate at Dam Café, which is located at AGU, avdelning för generellt utforskande. We have made AGU into a fully functioning cafe during the days where you can come by and have a fika, drink coffee, eat cake, and enjoy her products and tableware.
Jag är Kajsa Willner och har samarbetat i detta projektet med Olle Högberg från Stora Enso Nymölla. Min bakgrund ser ut som så att jag har varit verksam formgivare i cirka 7 till 8 år och arbetar oftast i liknande projekt som är tvärdisciplinära samarbeten, men bedriver också en studieverksamhet där jag tar fram enskilda objekt eller mindre kollektioner. Stora Enso tillverkar massa och träfritt obestruket papper, inklusive multicopy. Och deras spillmaterial är bioflygaska. Den största utmaningen med materialet var initiellt att hitta en applikation som kunde svälja den mängden restmaterial som Stora Enso och Nymölla har. Och det är någonstans mellan 6 till 8 000 ton bioflygaska per år. Processen för oss handlade mycket om att hitta rätt applikation och vi landade ganska snart att det var tvunget att vara någon form av byggmaterial. Och då tänkte jag att vi måste gå tillbaka till historien och se vad man gjorde förr för att ta fram hållbara byggmaterial. Så jag gjorde en ganska djupgående research kring de egyptiska pyramiderna, grekiska templen och sen så romersk cement eller betong som är gjord av vulkanaska. Och det ledde in oss på någonting som heter geopolymer som är modern forskning där det är en blandning med kolkraftsaska. Och det kickade in oss kan man säga rätt folla för att försöka ta då och skapa en egen geopolymer fast med bioflygaska istället. I utställningen så visar vi upp olika materialprover från arbetets gång. Och då är det här ett exempel med olika blandningar med en viss del bioflygaska. Sen har vi andra tester som vi har gjort där vi har försökt få fram ett flöde i materialet för att kunna 3D-printas. Och det här är tester då där vi har hand-3D-printat själva. Det slutgiltiga materialet är det som finns i de här avgjutningarna som är massiva. Som man kan säga är en hommage till historien och de romerska bågarna som var det som ledde oss in på att ta fram våra egna geopolymer.
Mitt namn är Emily Lidström.
My name is Matthew Bulger and we work together as M&E, a design studio.
Och i det här projektet har vi samarbetat med Movomec. Movomec tillverkar ergonomiska lyftlösningar för industri, bland annat autoindustrin. Vårt despill som vi har arbetat med har varit aluminiumprofiler i olika längd och storlek och även aluminiumspån. Vi har också använt oss av powder coat spill, alltså pulverlackeringsrester.
The biggest challenge was to create a board material from the powder coat waste. Powder coat is a very, very fine dust and it's usually applied in a very, very thin layer to industrial machinery. And to try and produce a board which is much, much thicker than what it's made to be used for was extremely hard to achieve. The material itself, because it's been pressed into such a thick layer, becomes quite brittle. It's mostly made of polyester and lots of different types of resins, and it's also a kind of a mixture of every type of powder coat, different types of powder coat together. And to be able to form a board for that was kind of unpredictable. When we initially received the waste material, we knew that it was consisting of a lot of plastic and polyesters, and we knew that if we heated it up, it could become a board material. So the process was filling a form with the powder coat and then compressing it underneath a high temperature. Finding the right thickness was really, really hard, and temperature and time on which it was cooking, because usually there's a set time for a powder coat, 15 minutes or so at 180 degrees. But we were trying to form this at an unnaturally thick amount. So being able to press it under pressure without forming air bubbles within the material itself was extremely hard.
Den största utmaningen med aluminiumprofilerna var att Movomec faktiskt redan återvinner sitt aluminiumspill. Så vi ville göra någonting där man faktiskt såg en liten del av profilerna så att man hade någon slags hum om vart de kom ifrån. Och vi valde att använda den här insidan som vanligtvis är dold för deras kunder. Man ser, när man bygger deras system så ser man bara de här längderna. Men man ser aldrig den sidan som är väldigt vacker och som också är specifik till Movomecs profiler. Så vi valde att skära ner och använda dem i vår design.
Because the profiles themselves in the waste material are in unpredictable lengths, they're offcuts of 6 meter long profiles. We didn't know exactly if we could reuse them, if the company wanted to reuse them on a consistent basis to produce something like a table. So basically the best thing for us to do is to try and cut them down as thin as possible and produce a tile from these to produce furniture. The result was 2 tables. We wanted to produce one item which showed the repurposing of the material and one item which showed the creation of a new material from the waste material. So 2 objects where we could show them on a larger scale.
Så det här bordet är alltså tillverkat av aluminiumprofiler från Movomec som är nedskurna i små tunna skivor. Och sen så har vi även använt återbrukat trämaterial. Till benen så har vi använt ett material som heter Alupor som använder sig av mycket mindre aluminium.
Our goal with the spill material was always to form a board material. So we produced a coffee table from the powder coat, which uses reclaimed wood and aluminium as the legs and supports.
Så det här bordet är alltså tillverkat i en stålplåtspress. En plåt under och en plåt över. Och sen har vi använt tyngd för att pressa ihop de 2 plåtarna. Och så är det värmen såklart som gör att pulvret smälter och bildar den här borden. Och sen har vi skurit det med vattenskärning för att få de här raka kanterna. Så man kan se olika lager av powdercoat nästan inuti.
Jag heter Louise Hederström, jag jobbar som möbelformgivare och jag har samarbetat med Finja Prefab. Finja Prefab tillverkar betongelement, fundament till byggindustrin och i den processen så blir det alltid en viss mängd betong över. Den största utmaningen i det här var ju att det är en så stor industri. När man gjuter de här fundamenten så går det är löpande bandprincip kan man ju säga. Så att ta vara på spill måste vara en del av hela processen. Det får inte vara för mycket handpåläggning. Det ska gå rätt så snabbt. Det måste vara effektivt. Det jag började med var att titta på hela produktionen och förstå vad som hände där och vad är möjligt, hur kan man jobba. Betongen som blev över var det som kändes liksom relevant och som fanns där och som de idag häller i en form och som sedan blir kross. I det här projektet så gällde det liksom att hitta någonting som funkade i den processen att det skulle, på samma sätt som de gjuter de här blocken som sedan krossas, så skulle även det här kunna gjutas på samma sätt. Praktiskt och sen så också formmässigt vad som var möjligt. Så jag vill liksom hitta en form som lite så kommunicerade att naturen kom in i stadsmiljön. Element i den offentliga miljön som används till att sitta på men även att stänga av, att vara flyttbar, att liksom skapa miljöer. Den här formen måste då ha en öppen vinkel, den måste kunna hällas i. Man måste också vara beredd på att det här blir ingen perfekt betongyta. När jag jobbar så tittar jag ofta på de former som finns i naturen. De här skurna ytorna. Dels har de ju att göra med hur möjligheten att kunna göra en gjutform. Men det är också lite så här hur man ser hur stenblock och sånt har delats ute i naturen. Förhoppningsvis då så kommer man känna att betongen känns lite humanare och lite vänligare när den får de här kurvaturerna i sig. Liksom.
Jag är Viktor Isaksson Peter.
Jag är Axel Landström och vi är Lababla. Och vi har tillsammans med Bonnie Willum från Natural Materials Studio arbetat med Ballingslöv.
Ballingslöv tillverkar inredning för kök, badrum och förvaring.
Ja, där spillmaterialet består av en rad olika avfallsströmmar där vi bland annat har arbetat mycket med faner, restfaner egentligen, aska, smutsig tinner och sågspån. Jag tror den största utmaningen med materialet har varit att på något sätt omdefiniera vårt förhållande som vi har till industriavfall. Liksom från det här livlösa, gråa, tråkiga till någonting mer värdefullt och något som faktiskt kan vara fint. Oftast är det slumpen egentligen som avgör att vi snubblar på någonting som vi tycker är intressant och sen liksom utforskar vi det vidare.
I detta projekt så har vi egentligen utgått från köket som en produktionsplats och har använt, vi har bakat och kokat och kavlat ut nya material av de här spillet från Ballingslöv. Då. Så exempelvis har vi kavlat ut med hjälp av bröd, gluten och en gammal överbliven borrkärna så har vi kavlat ut en typ av glutenkomposit med aska. Vi har lite träliknande material som är gjort med gluten och också jäst.
Som nästan ser ut som bröd, vilket jag tycker är lite kul.
Exakt.
Men i regel så är det ju absolut liksom det här köket som produktionsplats eller köket som inspiration som vi har arbetat mycket mot. Men också det här att just produktionsmedlen är väldigt enkla. Att vi har använt mycket liksom köksredskap och händer egentligen för att skapa och bygga alla de här olika grejerna som ni ser i utställningen.
Så vi började egentligen att försöka binda de här olika ämnena, restprodukterna i olika bindemedel. Just i det här fallet så är det gluten som agerar som en typ av lim. Och tillsammans med jäst och ojäst deg så har vi bakat ihop, pressat ihop dem och fått en sån här foamboard då, som man skulle kunna tänka sig funkar istället för MDF eller andra lite mer skadliga material i köksmiljöer.
Så hyllorna här är tillverkade genom att på något sätt manipulera den här traditionella Scagliola-tekniken där stuck används. Så med en väldigt expressiv, nästan orgasmisk tillverkningsmetod så agerar här Ballingslöv aska både filler, pigment och mönster. Så det är hyllorna. Sen har vi också de här svarta samplesarna som ni ser. Även där så är det askan som agerar filler. Men i det här fallet så har vi inte använt gluten som ett bindemedel utan här har vi använt en typ av tallharts egentligen. Så du får du kan få de här liksom matta resultaten och även de här ganska glansiga resultaten. Så har vi också de här 3 köksinspirerade volymerna som är tillverkade av fanerrester och överbliven MDF. Och här är då faneren laserskuren och sandblästrad för att framhäva träets naturliga topografi. Den är också betsad och sen klarlackad med en blandning av smutsigt tinner och klarlack egentligen. Så det är orimligt många lager av det, så det är därför den är lite sådär shimmering nästan.
Den mörka volymen är gjord med askan som är också ett av spillmaterialen från Ballingslöv.
Vi är Henriksson och Lindgren och vi är industridesigners och vi har jobbat ihop i 2 år ungefär. Och jag är Ebba.
Och jag är Stina.
Vi har jobbat tillsammans med Kiviks musteri som är ett stort frukt- och juiceföretag i Skåne. Och då har vi 2 typer av spill. Dels är det äppelpressrester från deras stora juicepress. Så då är det liksom det som blir över när man pressar juicen. Det är äppelskruttar och skal och så. Och sen så är det slam från Kiviks reningsverk.
Ja, den största utmaningen var absolut slammet. För det är väldigt, väldigt blött, väldigt illaluktande och svårt att jobba med. Men i vår research så upptäckte vi ändå att alltså, bioplast är gjort på biomassa och att man faktiskt från just sån här biomassa kan få en väldigt, väldigt bra bioplast. Och då blev det istället vårt naturliga fokus. Och vi hittade också 2 företag väldigt lokalt här som arbetar med just det. Så det var ett riktigt genombrott.
Vi bestämde oss tidigt i processen att vi ville tillverka ett nedbrytningsbart material av pressresterna eftersom äpple är naturligt förmultnande och vi ville utnyttja detta. Så därför har vi jobbat med endast naturliga bindemedel men kom till slut fram till att äpplet binder ganska bra med sig själv så att man kan tillverka ganska många olika typer av material med bara pressresterna. Så här till exempel så har vi malt dem och pressat dem i form och torkat det. Och här har vi bara pulveriserat dem ännu finare och torkat det. Och detta är då 100% äpple. Och den här biten plast då, som vi ser i glaset, är tillverkad av det här äckliga slammet. Och Det görs genom en kemisk process som är helt organisk. Och enkelt förklarat kan man säga att bakterierna i slammet matas och bildar då polymerkedjor. Och de kan man sedan extrahera med enzymer och andra bakterier. Och då får man en sån här bioplast. Vi har tillverkat krukor och spaljering och plantklämmor av bioplasten. Och med tanke på att Kivik har cirka 780 ton slam över varje år så känns det som att det är fint att kunna använda det till något. Just nu så deponeras det bara. Det finns liksom ingenting man kan göra med det. Och det är en kostnad för Kivik. Men så här då, detta är 3D-printat.
Och det kändes ganska naturligt för oss att både knyta ihop cirkeln med Kivik och odling, men också väldigt viktigt för oss att inte det som kanske det som är den första tanken, kanske att göra engångsprodukter. Det ville vi undvika eftersom att plasten i sig är ett väldigt hållbar och bra material och alldeles för bra egentligen för att bara slänga efter en användning. Så vår tanke är att de här produkterna kan ofta hamna i naturen ändå, tyvärr. Och då är det ingen skada skedd, men man kan också använda dem om och om igen. Så från slammet så får man alltså ut polymeren, den råa PHBVn, som man sen kan göra pulver, pellets och till och med sen då 3D-printing, trådfilament för tillverkning på olika sätt.
Ludde heter jag och jag arbetar som industridesigner här i Malmö. I detta projektet så har jag samarbetat med Rickard Andersson från Vida. Vida är en sågverkskoncern som sågar timmer till konstruktionsvirke. På sina sågverk för att få upp produktionstakten så sågar man nu för tiden med sågklinga istället för band eller blad. Och det gör att det blir en sån värmeutveckling i trädet att man måste kyla ner med vatten. Och då blir den här restprodukten då, sågspånen, blir fuktiga. Det gör att de får så att säga lägre energiutvinning om man skulle vilja elda det på ett fjärrvärmeverk till exempel. Och det vi har tittat på i det här projektet, det är om man så att säga kan ta det här sågspånet och utnyttja den här resursen i form av fukt som man har tillsatt tidigare under produktionsförloppet. Man kan säga att det här projektet i stort har fungerat på så sätt att det har varit 2 spår som man har följt parallellt. Det ena handlar om att så att säga kika på spillmaterialet och se vad man kan göra av det. Och det andra spåret är helt enkelt att så att säga gräva liksom lite djupare i det här företaget och se vad de har för olika affärsområden där olika lösningar eventuellt skulle kunna passa in. Ett sätt att utnyttja den här fukten som finns bundet i sågspånet är att introducera en levande organism som kan dra nytta av den här miljön. Genom att helt enkelt introducera en svampkultur som genom sitt mycel, alltså den förökande delen av svampen, binder samman de små fristående partiklarna i sågspånet. Då kan man ju fråga sig så här, när man har den här biomassan bunden då till ett fast material, vad ska man då använda den till? Och här har vi noga fått studera så att säga de olika affärsgrenarna som finns i Vidas koncern. I en form så uppträder det här materialet ganska likt cellplast. Alltså det vi idag känner som frigolit, ett förpackningsmaterial som vi är väldigt vana vid att se. Frigolit är ett material som Vida köper i ganska stora volymer på returnerande timmertåg. Så fraktar man komponenter till svensk fordonsindustri. Det man gör då, det är att man bygger en träpall, man bygger en pallkrage, man lägger i en frigolitinsats, packar komponenten och upp på det returnerande timmertåget. skulle vi så att säga kunna ersätta den här ganska stora volymen cellplast, skyddsmaterial, med vårt egenodlade emballeringsmaterial. Som dessutom har en förmåga till att hålla CO2 under hela sin livstid. I en jämförelse med cellplast då, så har vi ett material som är mycket tyngre. Man kan liksom inte hur som helst substituera cellplast med det här materialet. I den affärsstrukturen som Vida har med sina returnerande timmertåg, eftersom det är en lågfriktionstransport, så blir det helt enkelt inte lika viktkänsligt. Och av den anledningen så kan man tänka sig att istället för att använda det här som förpackningsmaterial så kan man använda detta.
I think we have come to a point in history where we need to reconsider everything we do. Throughout the modern project, we have been allowing ourselves to arrange our everyday life around linear systems. And I think in the future we need to reconsider this and think about how we can organize our everyday life based on cyclic systems. Because if you have a finite planet and all the life supporting systems of this planet are cyclic to its character. And if you try to run linear system, you will sooner or later run into trouble. And we see a lot of indicators of this right now. Climate change is one of them, toxification of natural systems, depletion of resources. So what we really need to do is to reconsider the way we've organized society and try to think of new ways to do that. And in this film, we will see some examples of how students have taken on different sectors of society and trying to suggest alternative solutions to things we need to do. What the students are showing us is, with the design brief, we have a great opportunity to put in the brief that we're going to do things in a different way. What we're normally doing is that we start projects without considering what will be the result of them. So I think here we can see some examples of an approach which will be more in line with a cyclic way of thinking.
The phrase dust to dust means that we return to where we came from. And I believe that in the future, ceremonial products for funerals has to be natural, with as little environmental impact as possible. And in 2015, I developed a coffin and an urn together with Fonos Memorial Service in Swedish pine wood. And I took away all the ornamentation and lacquer, etc., and made the annual rings of the wood speak for themselves. And I think they represent life in a way.
The future of indoor cooling presents us with challenges that are new to us in the Nordics. Heat waves will increase in duration and intensity, leaving us with few ways to adapt. Inspired by ancient techniques, I developed Draft that uses wind and water to reduce the temperature in a room and add humidity to a space. I see Draft as a much-needed green alternative for those of us who would like to put the planet's needs first before our own. With products like this, we can avoid increasing our energy consumption and not create any more electronic waste.
So in the future, I believe that we want to move away from the mass-produced scent and be able to have more control over what we put on our body and create local scents. So this is what my project Nära is about, on how you in a small scale could use the resources we have surrounding us, using local plants, herbs to create scents that would have a smaller impact on the environment than the toxic scents that are being made today.
With climate change and population growth, the problems related to the access to freshwater resources are increasing. We need to build a future where water is treated as a highly valuable resource by increasing water use efficiency. I took inspiration from Finnish sauna tradition when I was thinking of ways to wash ourselves with less water. The saunas are often a bit more remote areas outside of water networks, and the washing water is often carried into the sauna. Scoop is part of the tradition. It is used to mix your preferred washing water and to pour the water on you. However, they are nowadays often made of plastics, and the growing amount of plastic waste is another global challenge we are facing. This cast aluminium scoop can also be seen as a material resource. It can always be locally melted and used for other applications. In this form, Kauko is here to remind us of the joys of simple and sustainable living.
The future of healthcare should focus more on promoting the idea of staying healthy and not only curing illnesses. Rather than buying medicine and vitamins, there are simple things that we can do to take care of ourselves and to stay healthy. Ginger and lemons, for example, are known for their great health benefits, such as boosting the immune system, fighting inflammations and infections, helping against nausea, and are great for the metabolism. Lemon plus ginger is a kitchen tool designed to make it easier for people to make their own vitamin boost at home. You simply place the tool on top of a glass. Then you take a lemon and squeeze. And the juice pours into the glass. Just turn it around, and then you can grate ginger directly into your glass. There. And just like that, you have a vitamin boost.
I think for us, when talking about the future of packaging, we first looked into how does it look now and how has it looked for the past decades. And I think there's been a very dominant single-use mindset and approach to packaging design. This probably to ease the convenience for the consumers, but not being very mindful for the planet. And luckily, we already now see a big change in this, and a great demand for renewable materials and more recyclability within packaging. But actually our project wants to move further than that and go from recyclability into reusability. So when we started discussing the future of packaging and what we wanted to aim with this, we actually took a step back and looked more into the past of packaging, wanting to reclaim the cyclic systems connected to refillable packaging design.
Yes, and if you take a glass bottle, for example, glass is a material that has been around for thousands of years. But the later years, we've started treating glass as a disposable product when it was designed to last forever. And we think that we have to start treating not only glass, but all materials as a more precious material again. And the way to do that is to implement and reinstate cyclic systems that supports a refillable packaging solution.
Yeah, so with this project, Tråd and different standardized glass bottles, Tråd being the metal wire crate, we wanted to support this system by allowing for the infrastructure to happen more seamlessly.
Yeah, and we work towards Systembolaget in Sweden, and so it can be changed. The size of the crate can differ depending on what sort of bottles it will hold, if it's beer or wine or liquor. And of course, the system could also be implemented on other markets and in other countries as well.
Yeah, so we wanted to revalue the material and
reuse instead of dispose.
This is a material-driven design workshop. It's where you're going to cook your own biopolymer. It's something that we run normally for our students at Malmö University, K3 Product Design. It's a course where you work at your home, you work at your own kitchen, and even if it's online, there's only room for 15 participants.
And we will guide you through the whole process when you cook biomaterials from whatever you have in your kitchen. We use potato starch, glycerol, oil, vinegar, and we'll guide you through step by step, and you will receive a cookbook so you can keep experimenting after the workshop. Welcome.
I work as a furniture designer, and I'm based here in Malmö, and I run a studio together with my husband, and he's a graphic designer. And I work a lot with different companies here in Sweden and Scandinavia. I really enjoy working with the production. I work in large scale and small scale. Like when I collaborate with different companies like Scandiform and Maze. They're big projects, large production and collections. But also I have a collaboration with upholsterer here in Malmö, and her name is Carina Grefmar. And we do high quality furniture based on waste from leather and third graded leather, and we exhibit them, and we have a collaboration with galleries, and we have a gallery in New York and LA called Hostler Barrows. So for this project that I'm showing here at the Southern Sweden Design Days, it's all about the material. It's all about waste material, and for me to like develop as a designer and trying new things. And it's lichen, it's reindeer moss. And I got in contact with Nordgröna, who do sound absorbers here in Malmö, and I've been really fascinated by their material. It's such a It's all natural. They collect it in the northern woods, and it's very restricted, and it's good from the nature. So when I realized that they had a lot of waste material, I really wanted to do something with it. So they let me come to their workshop, and I could collect it, and I could see what was possible to do. And because they use a lot of different colorings, I thought it was such opportunities to work with these color explosions. And it all reminds me of the woods, and during the pandemic I've been also staring at trees a lot. And I think this is a kind of a project that comes out of the pandemic. I have to do something all by myself. And looking at the trees and the moss and the lichen that covers the trees, it came natural to use this material like doing mirrors. Like when you see, when you cut a branch, it makes the tree starts to grow in a different way there. So all this staring at the tree, it was like, okay, I'm going to do a mirror. It's going to stare back at me. And working with this material has been a lot of challenging, and it takes time to know it and to make a good craft around it. And doing the structure, I've been also using waste from another company here in Malmö called Byggfabriken. So I go to the workshop, I collect wood material and put them together. And trying to do these shapes that is challenging me as a designer also. And so this project is all about connecting to nature, but also my way of describing how I see it. I see the colors, I see shapes out there, and that's something that I see in the city. I don't have to go to the woods to see this in a way. And this project will be exhibit during Southern Sweden Design Days at Studio Carina Grefmar. We will do exhibition together, and she's got 2 shop windows, and we would do a nice exhibition there. And it's going to be, we're going to put our leftover materials that we have and make it like a whole exhibition.
Welcome back to the studio. Here we are with some highlight of physical activities happening around the city of Malmö.
Undesigning Meat-Eating Desires is part of Erik Sandelin's PhD project from the Royal Institute of Technology and the University of Arts, Crafts and Design. Sandelin is investigating the relations between humans and animals in design, trying to find new ways that doesn't mean killing or eating animals. Sign up for a one-to-one hypnosis session if you are interested in being guided towards a less harmful eating habit.
Finding Utopia by Lisa Darlan is part of the ongoing exhibition Going Pro at Form Design Center. There she showcased her carpets for a more circular cycle by 3 woven layers that allows the carpet to be separated or recycled as a whole. It's made out of 100% wool without latex glue.
Spark Architectural Gallery showcase Informed by Wind. This is a research project by Erika Hörteborn at Chalmers University, where she is working on the intersection between material, form and force. The project is an overlap between the fields of textile and architecture, sparked with the natural forces of wind.
Hej och välkomna till Spok-TV. Idag är vi i Skillinge på Österlen och ska besöka Skillinge Emalj som gör emaljskyltar på klassiskt vis. Häng med in så ska vi snacka med fabrikören. Hej! Hej Helena!
Hej Anna, välkomna!
Tack så mycket!
Spok-TV i Skillinge.
Vi är här för att vi filmar nu under Southern Sweden Design Days.
Super.
För att formgivare ska kunna få möjligheten att komma ut till tillverkare och bli inspirerade av alla processer och alla material. Så vill du berätta, hur startade du det här företaget?
Ja, men det är ju den där kända bananskalshistorien får man nog säga. Jag visste ju inte så mycket om emalj och vem vet det. Man har en föreställning om något vackert, något sinnligt, något gammeldags, någonting som samlare gillar och gamla affärer och sådär och nostalgi och allt det här. Rätt så spännande konnotationer. Så när jag hörde talas om att det fanns en emaljskyltsfabrik till salu, då fick jag sådana jättestora öron, för jag var precis i ett skede i mitt liv där jag letade efter någonting annat att göra. Så in med alla grejerna från Ronneby och så ner hit och så satte jag igång.
Perfekt!
Yes!
Och det var så Skillinge Emalj blev till?
Ja, stämmer.
Häftigt.
Ja.
Och nu ska vi få gå runt lite och kolla på skyltarna och hur de görs, hur de blir till från start till slutprodukt. Och så ska vi också få lite tips om hur man som formgivare kan komma och samarbeta med dig. Så berätta lite om förarbetet med själva plåten. För att man måste bearbeta den på något sätt innan man kan lägga emalj på och bränna dem.
Ja. Det är en viktig detalj att eftersom plåten går in i 800 grader flera gånger, en plåt som vi gör en skylt av går in 3 gånger. Men ett konstverk eller en designad grej kanske går in 4-5 gånger. Vad händer då i 800 grader om plåten är obearbetad, om den är plan? Jo, den rör sig. Det är ett organiskt material som rör sig i hög temperatur. Det är skälet till att man kupar.
Så den blir liksom...
Den kan bli...
skev.
Den kan slå sig.
Ja.
Så att man måste tvinga plåten in i en form som vi då gör med de här, att vi kupar dem. Först valsningen, som görs med en vals.
Den valsen
maskinen där. Medan kupningen görs för hand, kortänderna.
I den här?
Kupas i den här fantastiska gjutjärnsformen med gummiklubbar för hand.
Finns det några andra sätt man kan bearbeta plåten för att få samma effekt?
Ja. Allting som tvingar plåten. Om du har en fri form som ska vara... Jag gjorde lampor till exempel med Maria Harrison.
Ja.
Då var de valsade i liksom lite spännande fria former.
Ja.
Och då stannar de i den formen.
Ja.
Konstverk till exempel är ofta kantbockade kassetter.
Så.
Ja, man kantbockar och svetsar hörnen. Så att, och då stannar de också stabilt i sin form. Så att det är bra att veta som formgivare och att man vill göra någonting i emalj. Den kan alltså slå sig om den är plan.
Men funkar det också om de är pressade, alltså hydraulpressade?
Yes,
sådana
bra!
Saker?
Ja, visst.
Typ som kastruller eller koppar
men
och
det är ju
sådana
det.
saker?
Har du tvingat plåten ner i en form så stannar den jag tror i 99,9% av fallen så stannar de i den formen.
Coolt.
Och det här är till vårt standardsortiment, olika husnummerskyltar, kvartersskylt 2-radig. Och det som är så fint med emalj, om man tänker varför ska vi ha en emaljskylt? Ja, det är ju den här kupningen som är speciell, som vi har pratat om. Och så har vi den här strukturen.
Ja, man ser det.
Och känner.
Ja. Att det liksom, man känner bokstäverna och siffrorna på ett annat sätt.
För det är lera i färgen som bygger. Så man bränner varje färg för sig. En grundemalj. Och sen färgen. Och sen texten.
Jag tänkte vad ni gör utöver skyltarna. För att ni gör ju inte bara skyltar.
Vi gör inte bara skyltar.
Nej. Som det här till exempel.
Om du tar i kedjan. Så.
Vad är detta för någonting?
Ja, visst är den fin?
Ja.
Det är väldigt snyggt när man är svartklädd. Det är till nästa cocktailparty du ska gå på.
Okej, vad
Visste
du inte? Nej, det är ingen aning. Men jag har alltid velat ha en emalj-outfit på mig.
Ja, men nu kan du hyra en här.
Ja.
Jag har flera olika.
Och visst är det så att det är en speciell typ av plåt?
Det är många som kommer och frågar, kan du emaljera det här och det här? Och så är det inte, utan det måste vara en plåt som inte har någon kolhalt i sig.
Okej.
Så att det är en kolfattig plåt med mindre än 0,002 milligram kolhalt.
Är den dyrare än annan
Den
typ
är
av?
dyrare och har blivit svårare och svårare att få fatt på.
Okej. Ja, men det är bra att veta. Man kan inte emaljera vad som helst. Tydligen.
Man kan inte emaljera vad som helst.
Finns det någon begränsning i färg på emalj?
Ja, det gör det. För att det är som keramisk glasyr att emaljen färgas in av metalloxider. Så vi kan inte göra alla Pantone-färger, men om en konstnär eller en reklamman kommer och säger vi vill göra den här loggan eller vi vill göra det här och det här i Pantone, kan vi göra kanske någonting som harmonierar eller liknar den färgen, men inte till 100% eftersom det då är metalloxider. Ja. Och de färgerna blandas manuellt. Och sen är ju emaljen laserande. Det gör att om den ligger på grundemalj som är den mörkblågrå här eller på vitt så får du 2 olika färger.
Och samma sak här eller?
Ja,
vitt och på grundemalj.
Ja.
Och här
så för att få de starka färgerna förstår man ju då.
Ja.
Att du måste ha också ytterligare en bränning blir ju det. Du måste ha vitt under.
Ja, för att få de här riktigt klara färgerna.
Precis.
Men det är fint alltså.
Ja, det är läckert.
Väldigt läckert.
Till skillnad från skyltar som ska vara hållbara och hålla utomhus.
Ja.
Också konstnärliga utsmyckningar får inte heller brännas för många gånger. Men Mikael Arvidsson som har gjort de här och också renen här bakom. Han bränner kanske 5, 6, 7 gånger lager emalj och får då ett väldigt spännande djup liksom, i färgen.
För att det blir många olika lager. Som
många olika lager och det blir inte så platt som en emaljskylt.
Nej, och det blir lite strukturerat också, levande på det viset.
Exakt. Ja. Men de här, alltså som konst eller design så är det utmärkt eftersom materialet då är starkt, det är hållbart, man kan ta på det, du kan ha det på dagis, skolor, vårdcentraler, mottagningar, garage, ställen där du normalt inte kan ha konst, utsmyckningar, därför att alltså, emaljen tål både fett och kontakt. Det här är ju en normalt sprutad skylt och så bränner vi den när den har torkat. Så det gör vi dagen därpå. Sen kan man ju göra skojiga saker. Så när den har torkat så kan man teckna in. Man kan rista in i emaljen.
Yeah.
Du kan också hålla på och slabba med vatten och stänkmåla och sådana saker. Så att det finns mycket du kan göra med färgen. Det här sättet att spruta är ju skyltsättet. Men du är helt fri. Du kan, som de här tavlorna vi tittade på, konstverken, så kan du verkligen leka, måla, rista, stänka, slänga vatten på och låta färgen rinna som på den här rustningen. Ja. Det är massor med vatten som har fått rinna av. Ja. Så att det finns mycket kul som man kan göra.
Det är ett väldigt kreativt material och en rolig process att leka med.
Och har någonting blivit fel, vad kan jag göra då? Skölja av.
Det är ju väldigt behändigt. Ja. Så jag tänkte bara ställa några frågor om formgivare potentiellt, eller arkitekter som vill komma hit och samarbeta med emaljeringsprocessen och emaljfabriken. Vad är det viktigaste att tänka på då? Är det att ha tydliga ritningar, eller vad är det som är viktigt att tänka på i processen?
Ja, men det är som med alla uppdrag. Tydlighet är ju jättebra, att man inte är för många kockar. Som det ju ofta kan bli då, att man har en uppdragsgivare, man har en formgivare, man har en konstnär och så har man en mottagare, en kommun eller ett sjukhus eller någonting. Och alla tycker någonting. Så det är bra med en kommunikatör. Ja. Det brukar jag förorda. Sen finns det väldigt många som inte vet vad emalj är för någonting. Och det hjälper ni ju till med ert arbete. Det tycker jag är fantastiskt. Ja. Så det är ju en god introduktion, men det är bra att börja med, det kan vara skisser. Att man börjar kommunicera men ungefär vad tänker du dig? Eller ni er. Ja. Hur stora ska plåtarna vara? Vad ska det vara för färger? Hur många färger ska det vara? Så att då behöver konstnären eller formgivaren i princip inte vara här, utan vi kan utföra det arbetet om vi får digitala original. Inga problem. Alltså, vi kan utföra ditt jobb. Om du är tydlig, om vi har kommunicerat väl, du har varit här på studiebesök och förstår processen. Ja. Och gör ett studiebesök med mig här och så här går det till, och så kommer man väldigt långt. Så att vi kan utföra arbetet helt och hållet bara genom god kommunikation och bra digitala original. Vektoriserade pdf-er, så kommer man långt.
Fantastiskt. Gud vad kul. Yes. Man blir väldigt peppad. Jag känner att jag vill egentligen vara kvar här resten av dagen och experimentera med olika färger och sånt.
Du får ta det en annan dag, du är välkommen.
Tack. Vi ska åka vidare med Spook-TV till andra stopp. Tack så jättemycket, Helena.
Tack ska du ha.
Jättekul.
Tack.
Peel Glass is a project by us, Jonas Larsen and Yukiko Tango from the studio Troika, which have woven together two old crafts that have a long history and that are still alive in the region of Skåne, willow weaving and glass blowing. Today there are several smaller glass studios in Skåne, but there have also been larger factories like the Skånska Glass Factory in Perstorp with more than 60 employees. In glassmaking, wooden, metal and graphite molds are the most commonly used. The purpose for that has been to ensure that all glass shapes will turn out into the same size and look. We wanted to explore other materials and principles for making glass molds, allowing for the unpredictable outcomes in the production, making each object into a unique piece and create unique objects with a special local feeling.
Our interest fell on basket weaving that has a strong history in the region, but it is also a global craft, recognizable everywhere. Willow is a material used in Skåne, so we decided on making the molds from locally grown willow. The willows are picked outside the Agricultural Museum in Hammenhög. At the start of every project, we try to find new ways of weaving or new ways of making the willow molds.
det är perfekt ju.
The glass blowing procedure is the most exciting part of the process. The outcome can turn into something that we never had thought of, quite the opposite of the concept of the mold.
When the glass blower blows hot glass into the mold, smoke and steam from the fresh bronzes is created, and some of them will burn away. But some of the remaining bronzes will hold the moisture just like a soft wooden mold. The molds then also change during the production. Some bronzes shrink, change direction, shape, or burn away. Therefore, all vases will become a little bit different, even if they are produced in the same mold. A unique shape, but similar, same but different, develops for each individual vessel. All manufacturing takes place in the region of Skåne. For 5 years have we developed a unique vessel series, Peel Glass, that received a design scholarship from the region of Skåne.
The project was shown for the first time at the Nya Kartan, an exhibition that aimed to highlight the strengths of working together. Peel Glass has also been shown in London, Tokyo, at several exhibitions in Sweden.
Peel Glass has also been collaborating with the Swedish fashion label Tiger of Sweden.
We are now taking an entirely new step and present light installations with our peel technique at Boutique Fina on Helmfältsgatan in Malmö during Southern Sweden Design Days.
man måste berätta för konsumenten att det är återvunnet. Det går inte att känna på det och det är det som är nyheten i det.
Jag heter Harald Cavalli Björkman och jag är marknadschef hos Renewcell.
Så vi får ofta frågan, vi träffar de som är designansvariga. Okej, vad innebär det här? Vad har det för egenskaper? Hur gör jag det här annorlunda? Vi säger bara nej, det är samma. Vi vill visa att det här är ett kvalitativt material med de egenskaper som redan finns i det man redan arbetar med.
Jag heter Tahani Kaldeus och jag är forskningschef på Renewcell. Det där är huvudsakligen olika typer av skjortor, eller färgade skjortor. Vi har ju en del krav på vilken typ av textilt avfall vi kan ta emot. Men annars bryr jag mig inte om vilken färg. Vi förstör ju det ändå och gör nya grejer av det. Så.
Vi måste ju visa upp exempel på vad det är som är möjligt att göra det här. Och bästa exemplet är givetvis att det kommit ut i butik med varumärken som alla känner igen. Man kan inte ersätta 40% av bomullen i ett par Levi's jeans med viskos, varav hälften är återvunnet från gamla jeans. Så det är givetvis extremt attraktivt. Vi gjorde 2 styles tillsammans med Levi's och en fantastisk känsla på dem. Vi börjar ju med att vi tar gammal denim eller annat bomullsskräp så att säga. Människor lämnat in och som en sorterare då bedömt, nej men det här funkar inte längre att sälja. I resale så processar vi det i vår patenterade kemiska process. När vi är klara med den kemiska processen så har vi det här vita fluffet som är i stort sett ren cellulosa. Det kallas dissolving pulp. Vi marknadsför det som circulose, cirkulär cellulosa helt enkelt. Det kommer 1,7 miljarder nya medelklasskonsumenter in i världen. Vi måste till med nytt tänk kring materialen och kring den design vi gör för att göra det möjligt. Helt enkelt. Och det är det vi kan göra med sådana här innovationer.
So welcome to this talk on the topic Design and Innovation, Key for Sustainable Shift. And we will have learnings from design, textile and fashion industry here in Sweden. And we all know that design knowledge has a crucial role to play in the transition into a sustainable society, both in Sweden and globally. And of course we hope that we can actually bring some knowledge to the world on these processes. And the host for this talk is the Swedish Design Movement, together with Smart Fashion City Malmö. And with us here I have Jenny Bergström, Swedish Institute, responsible for Swedish Design Movement, and Caroline Le Bongoat from Smart Fashion City, and you're also a business developer at Malmö City. So welcome. I will start with you, Jenny, and say, what is the Swedish Design Movement?
Well, it's a governmental initiative that aims to show that Swedish designers, architects, companies and other key players in the industry are really in the forefront of leading this movement, and we want to make it a global one. And we think, as you said, that design knowledge is really key to the shift that we need to make. And we have no time to waste. So this is kind of a welcome to join the movement. And it's a governmental initiative, and it's a big teamwork of actors from all over Sweden that are in this together. And we want to make it an even bigger collaboration. So it's run by the Swedish Institute, but it includes several business representatives, cities such as City of Malmö, and Gothenburg, Stockholm, Umeå. So it's really a big teamwork.
And Caroline, you are representing Malmö City that is really in the forefront, trying to take a lead in these issues. Smart Fashion City Malmö, what is that?
Smart Fashion City Malmö is a local network for the textile and fashion companies or freelancers or professionals within the city to meet and find new partners, and we try to inspire them with inviting different stakeholders to show what's going on within this. Lots of projects, lots of initiatives, and we try to make them come down to those who actually work with this every day and make crossover innovation arenas and stuff like that. So we see this is important for the city to help these companies and actors to increase the possibilities to make the shift that's necessary in this.
And from an outside perspective, why would just design and fashion be leading or driving forces for these kind of movements? Why is it important for a city to actually engage in within the design?
We have an important role to play because we're one of the stakeholders that actually we're part of this textile industry as well, but also the whole city is part of it with the consumers and everybody, and we need to be a good partner in new projects and initiatives to make new development and to actually make that happen, the shift that we all need for a sustainable future.
That's really interesting to hear, and I think this is a really good initiative. Jenny, back to you. You said to me the other day when we were talking about, I love this quote, sustainability does not sell design, design sells sustainability. Can you develop that?
Well, I think that the word sustainability is a bit overused. Maybe it has lost its meaning in some ways, and I think that we need to walk the talk, all of us. So me representing the governmental perspective or the national one, doing what you do, we need to be very concrete now and tell, like, what do we really mean and what do we really do to make this shift. So I think that talking about sustainability is not enough, and design has the possibility to in itself be the change and the transformation.
I totally agree, because if we just talk about things, we will never actually reach any goals. So I love this, and I love the way that you are actually lifting design as actually one of the most important tools. And that's why we have this great panel with us talking about why is design as such a great and powerful tool to actually make a change. And with us here, I have a great panel, Harald Cavalli-Björkman from Renewcell. I have Anna Wilén, from Sysav, and I have Saif Kir from Common Sweden. And I will start with you, Harald. You are representing a Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Investor Relations. Renewcell is an award-winning textile-to-textile recycling company based here in Sweden. And I would say that most of people have heard of you at one time or another, whether you're into the textile industry or not. Please tell me a little bit more about you and who is.
Sure, I'm sure there are more people we can keep talking, harping on about us too. Thank you for having us on, having me on. Yeah, we're the first company in the world able to make textile to textile recycling possible at a large scale. So what we do, we have a patented process for turning cotton waste from old clothes or production waste into a dissolving pulp, which is Circulose. That's our branded product that can then be made into new garments again in the regular value chain. And what we're up to right now is building a new upscale plant to satisfy the demand that we're feeling from brands all over the world. And it's especially interesting to be here today because I couldn't agree more that design is key to making this shift happen and making the scaling of our technology possible as well. It's in the design stage where the decision what kind of raw material to put in and how that raw material and how that material then and that product then can be recycled again happens. That's where that's the key part. So excited to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. Anna, you are Marketing and Brand Communications at CISA, which is for you who don't know this, is the South Scania waste company that recycles and treats waste from households and industries in southern Skåne. And also, I would say, a very important stakeholder in this transition to a more sustainable world. And I love your engagement in these questions around textile and recycling, but also representing Siptex. I don't know if everyone knows about this, but this is a really cool thing.
Yeah, well,
tell us.
Siptex is short for Swedish Innovation Platform for Textile Sorting, and it is a facility that we have at CISA in Malmö, the world's first, but it's also the result of Swedish innovation and research with plenty of different stakeholders from the entire textile value chain, Renewcell being one of them, big brands and NGOs and recyclers and authorities that went together to see if automatic sorting of textiles, which does not exist until we built this plant, if that could be the missing link to be able to really scale up the recycling of textiles. So we are super proud to have it here in Malmö and that it's up and running, the Siptex facility.
And you should be very proud because this is actually, as you said, the missing link to a certain extent, at least because, I mean, we know that we throw away so much textiles every year. We don't even want to start talking about it because now we have a solution. You are the solution, so don't feel any pressure. But I think this is just what we need to actually make it happen, that we actually can recycle or reuse or whatever we want. But before, we just, so everyone just go and talk to Anna about how to gather and then use this material. Safe back here. From Common Sweden. I'm so happy that you're here, but you were actually not supposed to be because you were in London just...
In London just recently,
yes. But you have moved back to Malmö. So tell me a little bit about you and your company.
I'm the co-founder and creative director of Common Sweden, a contemporary menswear brand. Originally started here in Malmö back in 2012. Has an international presence, obviously, due to the fact that we've been based in London and showcased our collections in both London Fashion Week and Paris Fashion Week. But now we're back. I guess some good things out of the pandemic, the fact that we can be back here, and we're very excited. There's been so many new developments and things have happened in Malmö. And like Caroline said, it's really in the forefront of the recycling and the industry and the fashion industry and creative arts in general. So it's great to be back. And the fact that we started here 2012 was because we always thought that Malmö was the creative sort of hub of Sweden, and in many ways, not just fashion, but music and other arts. So it feels good to be back here again.
Thank you. We're coming back a little bit about your experiences and your experiences from London, but I'll come back to that. And I would like to address one of the first questions to all of you, and I'm starting with Harald. What would you see with the topic design and innovation key for a sustainable shift? It puts a lot of pressure on you guys because you are, actually the ones that know how to do this. What are the roles for individual stakeholders and companies in this shift, so to say? So Harald, if I start with you.
It's I'd say the fashion value chain is long and complex, and a linear, definitely. So there are a lot of players involved that would have to change if you'd like to change everything at the same time. But let's look at the key parts of the value chain and see where we can have the quickest effect and the largest effect fastest. And in my opinion, it is in the design stage where all the decisions get made about what material to put in. And it's at the raw material production stage where we're at, and the raw material collection and sorting, of course, also is where the technology needs to be implemented to make that happen. And in between, we can let this value chain do what they do best, is produce beautiful and functional garments and fashion for everyone to use, but let's do it sustainably instead by making the right design choices, making beautiful product that people want and want to wear for a long time. And let's make it possible to do that using circular materials and beautiful products. So I think in a long chain of millions and millions of people in this value chain, and not the consumer, the user, the end producer actually being the most important one. But it's really the design and the raw material production that matters a lot.
Saif, would you comment on this as well?
Well, I would agree, absolutely. I think obviously the design stage is the initial stage of where things do get developed and decisions are being made. So definitely by us as designers, by taking the choice or making the choice of what material to use and what fiber to use, and also how to use it, is the start of creating, and that goes for everything really, not just in fashion, but in architecture and interior and automobile. Everything that we are using in our daily lives can have that.
Could I just hold on to you guys before I let Anna in this discussion? Just from a designer perspective, what would you see that is possible to learn from the way you are thinking within the fashion industry, if you put it in different contexts, as you said, architect, but it could be planning of cities, or I don't know. I mean, energy savings. I don't know what it could be. What can we learn? What could other branches and other learn from you guys? If I start with you again.
I guess we can learn a lot from each other. I mean, we find inspiration actually more outside of the scope of fashion for renewable materials. Almost sometimes before it reaches the fashion industry, it's been done in other industries before. And so sometimes I feel like it's happening in other design disciplines before it actually reaches fashion. I'm sure they all got different challenges, recycling other materials within, I don't know, if it's household materials, or there's always a challenge in the different areas, but there's loads to learn from each other of how we can recycle.
It's a really good point that you learned before, because I mean, obviously, as I said before, textiles is one of the industries where we actually are, lacking behind, and actually, for example, compared to plastic or whatever, there's a higher recycling level on that.
Yeah.
Harald, what would you say the designers have? What kind of role do you have?
I agree with that. I mean, it's just, fashion is actually lagging, so there's a lot for fashion to learn from other industries in this. But if there's one thing, it's really, the ability for fashion designers and fashion companies to create desire products and really, both. Taking inspiration from outside, but really leading trends. Clothes are something that we wear every day. We make decisions about what to wear and what to put on our bodies and how to communicate ourselves and our identities. We don't build cities every day. We don't, choose a new car or a new house every day. it's really through creating desirable products that people want to wear and want to express and want to have on them. That's the key competence that fashion has, and that help lead change in a big scale, in a big way.
So thank you for this, and I want to bring you in, Anna, and as another part of this ecosystem. What are your responsibilities in actually changing behavior?
Well, as we deal with waste, we kind of see the backside of our consumption lifestyle, and of course, a lot of stuff that ends up as waste too soon is the result of bad design. So of course, design plays a crucial role in this transition, and I would say that designers of clothes they have to, it's like a paradigm shift that needs to be come here. We need to look at stuff that is already produced, and what can we make of this, because we handle huge volumes of clothes, and it's not all broken. It could be used again, but it cannot be sold, and if it cannot be sold, then it is waste. And of course we can make the best use of it by recycling it, but to give it more life before it ends up at us and at Renewcell. Of course, we need to make products live longer, materials live longer. So design for a longer lifespan, maybe design for disassembly, so that we can use materials in other constellations, and just a different way of thinking, like a change of mindset. I would say.
And what kind of responsibility do you as an organization have to actually influence the consumer or the producers or the designers to actually think like that?
Well,
because it sounds so obvious when you talk about it, but it feels like people don't really understand.
No, but CISAV as we are owned by municipalities, so we have this obligation, or this great responsibility to tell all our inhabitants to inspire to make sustainable choices, and so on. So spreading knowledge about what choices you can make.
And I will really say that you are doing a great job on that, because I've been listening to you and your colleagues on this, and I would say advise you guys who are looking at this to actually listen, because if you don't understand what is happening, you don't understand why you should change your behavior or buy things that actually have a longer lifetime, right? So if you look at this, it sounds great and you have a really important role, but what would you say are the main challenges? Both, Harald, I start with you. I mean, you want to use recycled material.
Yeah.
What are the main challenges?
There's a lot of challenges, of course, in building a big industry of something new. I mean, we need to employ 100 people in Sundsvall. We need to resolve a bunch of challenges around how do we separate out the contaminants and things like that. So, but that's one thing. That's the technology part. The next part is the really important one, is to quickly get to scale by removing the barriers to adoption. Making a product that's not cheap, but cost effective enough to be widely applied. Make it as of a quality that is substitutable with the virgin resources that we want to replace, and also explain to the value chain first, to our direct customers, to the subsequent customers, and then to the consumer that this is of high quality and a decent price. In the end, because recycled in the fashion industry has been synonymous with downgrade, lower grade. It's not always the case. I mean, there are people that actually place a higher value on secondhand or reuse or mechanically recycled materials, but the fact is that they've expected to, it's a bit scratchier, it doesn't look as nice, and things like that. So we need to find ways through design, communicating the branding around it, through the products themselves and how they look and how they feel, to make it easy for everyone to adopt better materials. And that's a really important aspect of design in this shift that needs to happen. So, and a big challenge which we need to work.
Interesting. I was doing another talk about sustainability, and I had this quote saying to me that convenience eats sustainability for breakfast. And I think this is a little bit what you're saying, because if you don't get the consumer to understand and feel that this is the
yeah, maybe not even understand, maybe just taking that decision away and just making it easy to choose the best option.
Yeah, I don't think that we can rely on market forces to go this way quick enough, or we need some legislation, some political instruments, and we have a lot of upcoming things happening, like the EU circular strategy for circular textiles, and the upcoming EPR in Sweden, the extended producer responsibility that will affect the whole industry, and also the separate collection in EU. So in order for things to happen quick enough, or at the pace we actually need to walk, we can look forward to some political instruments. I'm not sure what they will be, but it will happen.
And not be afraid of those, because I think sometimes we happen to have like different discussions on, is that bad for us as an industry, or maybe it's actually good for us. So I think that could be an open discussion as well with all stakeholders.
So yeah, I wanted to obviously agree with Harald and Anna as well, the fact that it's a change of attitude really that we need to all embrace. I also wanted to go back and agree with you about the fact that we need to, it's not just about recycling, and but also the fact that clothes and fabrics need to have a longer span of life. We need to add more value to clothes again. The fact that clothes has lost their value, and you know, there's obviously loads of reasons for why that is, but we as consumers need to buy less, buy better, think more about what it is we are consuming, what it is. It's not just your outfit for the weekend. That quick decision there and then will have repercussion for generations to come. You know, what you're wearing on Friday night, just because you wanted something new, you need to kind of think about that process. Where is that leading to? So absolutely, it's not just about, you know, it's great the fact that we can recycle fibers and materials, but we also need to start thinking about actually the value of the things we've got and how much we've got of it. And this
that's
is
very true. If I may, I want
Sure.
to echo that completely. I mean, that's it's very important in trying to make this circular economy happen, is that we don't put out a whole bunch of inferior products really, that will just serve to increase the speed at which we run through materials. It's exactly that. We need to become conscious of the value of these products as well. And once again, that's really a design thing to achieve and make that shift.
Yeah, and as designers, that is part of our responsibility to add this value back into what it is we are creating, if it's fashion or if it's anything else really, to bring that value back to that piece.
And again, what you're saying is something that could be applicable to all types of industries and branches, because if you don't think about how you build, how you construct a city or whatever, produce food, we know that. I mean, everything that is cheap, you should kind of have a warning flag. Could it actually be this cheap? And I think bringing that into the discussion and understanding what actually this means when you choose the cheap one contra the expensive one. I think that's an important
It's important to look at the price tag. It might be cheap, but you actually need to look at the bigger price tag. What's the impact of this item, regardless of what it is, onto the planet and onto the generations to come? Like I said, a quick decision of choosing something new to wear on Friday might have a repercussion for years to come. So I mean, that's really where it's the mindset.
And it puts, I mean, obviously a great pressure on the producer, designers, or whatever. And I know that I heard this person saying that we need to make it easy for whoever is making those decisions and hard for everyone else. Because everyone else has to take that responsibility in actually doing this behind work and actually saying that this needs to take time and costs and whatever you have, but because otherwise we won't have a planet, right? So I think this is something that we really need to talk more about and understanding the complexity about it. But if we talk about, I mean, we're always addressing the challenges, and we know that there are challenges enough, right? So we don't have to worry about that. But what are the opportunities? What kind of opportunities do you see? And I would like to start with you, because you have also the experience from London,
right?
And I mean, a little bit more of the global perspective. What do you see? What kind of opportunities?
Well, actually, even though yes, you know, having sort of been based abroad, I feel like Sweden is actually at the forefront of this, which is so interesting. The fact that we're sitting here with these two companies is amazing, and just recycling in general. You know, I think recycling is something that's almost part of our DNA. Has become part of our DNA here in Sweden and Scandinavia, perhaps, you know, down to even to the food waste. You know, like we separate everything, whilst I think other countries have still so much more to learn from the fact that you can literally separate everything in whatever you use. But other possibilities, you know, the fact that we can recycle materials and we can sort of remake them into new fibers and yarns. I mean, those are great, and those can be implemented on again, a variety of things, and not just fashion, but automotives and interiors, etc. So I'm really excited about what you guys are doing, you know, Harald and I just really want to dig in deeper into that and see how can I, as a designer in the fashion industry, tap in on this and, you know, use some of these new initiatives and materials. And
this is all what this is all about, talking to each other and actually moving.
Exactly, because to be fair, I wanted to say about the challenges, information. You know, like where do you find the information? How do you get hold of this material? How can you, as designers, I feel sometimes, especially maybe smaller, medium-sized brands, which are really the next generation of the bigger companies, it's the limit of knowledge, the fact that it takes a while to actually research and find information. So we need more, you know, what Caroline's doing and bring that information out to us.
Totally.
Yeah.
What would you say the biggest opportunities from you?
The biggest opportunity, well, Subtex by itself is kind of enabling a whole sequel of industries to scale up. Because we can deliver this, what we do is we deliver this unique sorted product and we can make sure that we have a steady quality assured supply of this circular material. So the next step, which is Harald and other, there are plenty of techniques developing, so I'm very eager to see what's happening so that we can get sales for in better use for all different kinds of fiber blends.
A bright future, actually.
Yes.
Harald, what would you say?
Yeah, there's one thing that's pretty cool about Sweden is that we have a combination of an amazing world-leading basic industry and knowledge about how to run raw material processes. And we also have world-leading design competencies. We have some of the world's biggest brands in fashion and in furniture and all of the others, and also the leading edge among these, not just the largest, but also the leading edge. There's and while we've basically shifted out the textile industry from Sweden a long time ago, we have these key components to making the circular economy happen here in this country. So design and basic industry. That is a big, you know, export green jobs creating opportunity that lies ahead for Sweden, and very happy to have Sysav and brands like Common Sweden and everyone working in such close proximity here to be able to bring that out to the world. So awesome opportunities.
I get goosebumps because I think we have a really great future ahead, and we just have to bring it out, right?
We do.
So I would like to thank Anna, Seif, and Harald, thank you for joining us. I want to conclude this with you guys. I mean, you know that time just flies when you have a good time, right? This was really, really interesting to moderate. What did you bring with you?
Well, I think it's a delight to listen to you, and I mean, we have stated that design is key, but also that collaboration is key. And I'm really grateful that we managed to get you guys together for this talk, because you are so important parts, different parts of the ecosystem. So I think, and that also, as you said, like design is key in so many other industries as well, not only the fashion and textile industry. So, and I think that it's time that that different stakeholders realize that.
Totally.
So, and all designers, thank you. All like everything that you do is important, and we need to be better at telling the story, I think.
Exactly. I think it's important with these kind of initiatives that's running, the Swedish design movement, Smart Fashion City. We're part of this platforms where you actually can make people meet, talk, and share knowledge and reach out with the information, because there's lots of things going on that is very positive, and we need to spread the word and make more people take action.
Great, thank you. And for you guys who've been listening to this, spread the word and word. Thank you for today.
I like to see Vestre as a tool to change the world by doing two things. Firstly, we create caring meeting places where people come together, no matter what kind of social, cultural, or economic background they're from. When people get to know each other and we share life experiences, exchange ideas, and sit down and get to know each other, we suddenly discover there is no us and them, only we. So in a way, you can say that our furniture has a very clear social and inclusive purpose, which is to help create arenas for everyday democracy, as we call them. Creating caring meeting places is actually the best way to prevent a polarized society and to avoid antagonism and conflicts. And we are doing it one neighborhood at a time across the world. Secondly, Vestre is leading the manufacturing industry into a green shift by proving that green growth is possible. Yes, we are expanding fast and we create new and profitable jobs in many countries, which is a good thing, obviously. But at the same time, we are actually reducing our impact on the climate and nature by using fewer resources and by adapting to a fully circular economy where throwaway solutions don't exist. And this is really fundamental to Vestre. If you travel around Norway, you will find Vestre furniture from the 80s and the 70s and even the 50s, which is still out there being used and enjoyed in the harsh weather. We call it Vestre Vision Zero, and it means we will never make a single product that isn't intended to last forever. And if we can get everyone to adopt this approach, we will effectively be able to halt climate change and protect and restore both nature and biodiversity. We are building this breathtaking factory known as The Plus because we really want to do something that the world has never seen before. And by doing it, we will increase our manufacturing capacity, be able to deliver more rapidly to the entire world, and make our carbon neutral manufacturing even greener. This is possible due to groundbreaking technologies such as self-teaching robots, super-fast and fully automatic color switching, intelligent scanners and machinery which optimize the use of timber, fully autonomous forklifts, and IoT manufacturing platforms where the whole factory can actually be operated through a single iPad. Another important aspect of this project is of course the spectacular architecture designed by Bjarke Ingels Group. Visitors will be invited to the Vestre Experience Center, where they can view our manufacturing and learn more about design, architecture, materials, technology, and sustainability. And let's not forget the public park. We call it the Vestre Forest Camp, which provides fun and exciting activities for the whole family to enjoy. Yes, I'm pretty sure this will actually become one of Norway's most famous and popular landmarks in the years to come. Vestre's goal is to be recognized as the most sustainable furniture brand in the world, and our new factory is an important part of this mission. The project is Paris-proof, which means we will reduce our CO2 emissions by more than 50% compared to a similar conventional manufacturing setup. We will produce our own renewable energy, we will reuse 90% of the water, and the Plus will be the first building in the world of its type to meet the most stringent BREEAM Outstanding environmental certification. The factory itself is constructed from sustainable timber, low carbon concrete and recycled reinforcement steel. And through a very advanced system of solar panels, heat exchangers and energy wells, our energy consumption is reduced to an absolute minimum compared to similar factories. And there is more. We are probably building the most transparent factory in the world as well. Here there are no fences or closed-off areas. We invite people to visit our factory whenever they want. People can view our production close up through the large windows in all 4 factory wings. And they can even access the roof terrace 24/7 to explore the magnificent nature within this magic forest, which has a great history going back thousands of years. Visitors will have online access to all important manufacturing data like real-time energy production and energy consumption, climate impact, water reuse, and so on. This is actually the future of manufacturing, where there is no conflict between production, transparency, and sustainability. Our existing Snøhetta design factory in Sweden will now become our international center of excellence for steel and aluminum. Employing fully automatic laser cutting machines, robot welding and extremely skilled workers, this super efficient factory will supply our new color and wood factory here in Norway with high quality furniture components every day. The journey from Sweden to Norway takes about 1 hour and will of course be operated by electric trucks running on 100% renewable energy. The components will then be powder coated and assembled and furniture shipped to customers worldwide. We will produce faster, smarter and greener than ever before. Vestre cares a lot about resources. We already use the greenest possible steel in the world, which comes with 30% less CO2 emissions compared to cheaper steel. And we have a very ambitious yet achievable plan that within 5 years we will use only fossil-free steel, which is based on either hydrogen or carbon capture and storage, or 100% recycled steel. The aluminum we use is already based on 75% recycled post-consumer scrap, which means that its CO2 emissions are 8 times lower than the global average for aluminum. Our timber comes from sustainable certified forestry, and the manufacturing itself is based on 100% renewable energy. All in all, this is why our furniture has a minimal climate impact compared to any of our competitors. When my grandfather established Vestre back in 1947, he used to say that everything is possible for the Lord Almighty and a mechanic. At Vestre, we still believe anything is possible. We must dare to be bold, dare to think outside the box, and dare to do the right things. There is too much talk about sustainability. We want to see real action. This is why we are building the world's most environmentally friendly and transparent furniture factory right here in this forest in Norway. Vestre alone cannot save the world, but we can accelerate the green shift through leadership and inspiring others. The Plus is by far the largest single investment in the furniture industry that Norway has seen in decades. And if Vestre can, so can others. And we will happily share everything we know to help other visionary people and companies around the world fulfill their dreams and aspirations to make the world a better place.
Hi, I'm Eliano, a product designer and the co-founder of On Materia, creator of the Green Box. The Green Box is a circular amenity kit for hotel bathrooms designed to tackle plastic waste in the hospitality industry. You know those mini bottles of shampoo and cotton pads and disposable toothbrushes? Well, as charming as they are thrown away in millions every year by the hotel industry. Those single-use items are made of very long-lasting plastics and often end up in our oceans. Did you know that 200 kilos of plastics end up in our oceans every minute? Plastic pollution has been an ongoing interest of us, so we wanted to see if there was another way where we could design those toiletries to be more sustainable and circular. We designed every item of the Green Box to be made of biosourced, biodegradable and compostable material that would enable us to fit it in a circular business model. Biodegradable plastics can be industrially composted in a controlled environment and organically recycled. At its end of life, we will be left with soil and biogas that will create green energy. Creating more sustainable and circular products is a step in the right direction. But we also think that as designers, we have a responsibility to educate about new materials and better practices. That is why we took the Green Box even further, creating something that would raise awareness about new types of plastics and showing them at work. Each hotel room would have its own disposable bin that would show the need and familiarize guests with new kind of waste stream and allow them to sort materials from compostable to non-compostable themselves. The simple and clear design makes the process and its benefits easy to understand and right at home in a hotel room. The hospitality industry has a chance to totally reinvent itself post-COVID-19, and sustainability should be at the heart of what business do. As the Green Box shows, you don't have to make big changes to have a big impact. Something as small as an amenity kit can really make a difference.
Hi, I'm Jonas Olsson, the CEO at SVID, Swedish Industrial Design Foundation. We are a research and development foundation that's been ongoing since 1989, and we were founded by the Ministry of Enterprise through the Statens Industriverk and Royal Academy of Engineered Sciences and the Association of Svensk Form, actually the oldest design organization in the world. This year it's 176 years old. We are situated in Stockholm but works all over Sweden on national assignment, and our main assignment today is lying under the Tillväxtverket, the authority of regional and economical growth in Sweden. Why design then? I think design has the ability to work with a lot of perspectives at the same time, which is all, of course, a super interesting tool when it comes to tackle all the challenges that we have now. But we also have, from a European perspective, a new Green Deal for sustainable development. And they have stipulated now from the Commission that we are supposed to use a model that is called New European Bauhaus for that. And that actually put design right in the center of the tools for achieving a circular economy, to achieve a more resilient society and a sustainable development. So to introduce Elena.
Yes.
Elia, sorry. I want to introduce Elia from On Materia.
Yes. Hi, I'm very happy to be here today. So yes, my name is Elia and I work in On Materia, design studio and collective. We're working as product designers. There's 3 of us in On Materia as of today. And we are based between northern Skåne and Stockholm. We're a bunch of international designers. I'm from France. We have also the UK and Mallorca, Spain, in our team at the moment.
And you have some upcoming ideas about how to totally rearrange the hotel sector and the huge amount of waste that's coming out from the hotel sector every year or every day or night. So
yes,
you have a neat idea about that.
Yes, definitely. So today I would like to share a little bit more about the Green Box. It's one of our projects that we've been working on for the last 4 years, and it's basically an amenity kit engraved into a circular business model and circular way of thinking and creative process for trying to be a little bit better on our disposable products that we have in the world today and that we use as customers of the hotel industry.
Splendid. And what brings you to that idea that you really need a new kit for the hotel rooms?
Yeah. So this kind of started. I was studying my master's degree in Switzerland. So that was 5 years ago now, and the project kind of was putting into place a lot of ideas that were ongoing, both from previous studies, from previous research, but also from the simple fact of collecting plastic on the shore of Lake Geneva. And then there I realized the amount of disposable plastic that we were using and that we were finding, which was absolutely outrageous. So in a place in Switzerland that we think is so clean and perfect, and yet we were finding a lot of disposable plastic products on the shore of Lake Geneva. So this was kind of a wake-up call to keep on pushing further. And then when I started doing research in finding which industry and where we were producing and using single plastic items, but in huge quantities and for a very short amount of time. And the hotel industry was one industry that came to mind. And then by doing a bit more research into that, then quickly I figured that, yes, there is something there that we need to do. There is a closeness also to the customers, that we can also then raise awareness about those issues. And the fact of bringing it into the hotel industry was also that we can work with a closed system. So that's where circularity was very important. So we can have the enclosed loop where products
Closing
can...
the loop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Fantastic. But the hotel sector has suffered tremendously during the pandemic. Are they open to new ideas like this, like to circularity and sustainability? Are they very traditional, even though they are pretending to be in the front row and so on? But they are quite traditional anyway. But are they adaptive?
Yeah, I think every industry coming out of this crisis has a duty to do things differently, to look at the world in a different way. So already big hotel chains have had many steps in looking at telling customers you can reuse your towel if you're staying more than one night, and this was kind of, something you go to the hotel, you use your towel and then you dispose of it, and somebody will come and clean the room and clean the sheets and everything. But today you can already say, as a hotel chain, like, please customers, think about the water and the environment, and you can keep your towels for longer. So I think there was already something initiated that the hotel industry was looking into. And then I think as designers, we also have a duty to show that there are other ways without being necessarily disruptive and changing how we want to be received in the hotel and how we want to be as a customer. But we have a duty to do things differently. And there I think there's a huge opportunity with the hotel and the loops there that are already existing in the economy to be able to change maybe a material, change a couple of thicknesses, and then raise awareness both for the hotel industry but for the customers, and then it's a gain in economics also at the end of it, of course.
Super. It's very contemporary. It's very contemporary. I mean, it's something that should be like a rocket on the market, I believe. And it should be quite easy to find venture capital also for an idea that is so resilient and sustainable. So let's go from indoors, the hotel, to outdoors. We have Jan Christian Westre also here, the CEO at Westre Furniture, who actually furnish the public spaces. Would you give an introduction to yourself maybe and tell a little bit more about how you are working with circular economy? I heard somewhere that you are building the most eco-friendly factory in the world right now.
Yes, that's true. Thank you so much for inviting me, Jonas. I'm sorry I can't meet you in Malmö because of this COVID shit, but we really can't wait to get back to our best friends in Sweden. So hopefully that can happen soon. So I'm in Norway now, and we are a Scandinavian company founded in Norway, actually by my grandfather back in 1947. We are recently one of Europe's leading suppliers or brands for social and sustainable outdoor furniture. We do have all our manufacturing in Sweden and Norway, based on 100% renewable energy and the greenest possible materials available on the global market. We work in close partnership with prominent designers, Swedish, Norwegian, and from other parts of the world, and we have received numerous design awards. But to us, design is not important as itself. Design is important when we use it as a tool to change the world. So our mission is to change the world one neighborhood at a time, and we are doing so by creating caring and social meeting places around the planet where people get together, share life ideas, experiences, get to know each other, because that's how we can build mutual trust, a sense of belonging, togetherness, and that's also how we can avoid conflicts and a more polarized society. And what we are really afraid of is the fact that we are living in a world where us and them thinking instead of we thinking is spreading. And that's something we really should avoid, and we all have a responsibility of bringing people together, even during a pandemic. We have to take some kind of be a bit careful then, but after the pandemic, I'm sure that the need will be the same. So that's basically what Westre is all about. And yes, our goal is to be recognized as the most sustainable furniture brand at the planet. We have been carbon neutral now for more than 11 years. We do have more than 250 Swan eco-labeled products in our range. We are the first furniture brand on the planet to publish EPDs, environmental product declarations, on all our products without any exception, meaning that everybody can see exactly how much carbon footprint comes with each and every product, how much energy was needed for manufacturing resources throughout the lifetime of the product. All our products come with a lifetime warranty. If you travel around Norway, you will find Westre pieces of furniture from the 50s and 60s and 70s still out there being enjoyed by the public. So making things with a long-lasting lifetime and a lifetime warranty, that has never been difficult to us. And yes, now we are doing something I would say spectacular, because during the pandemic and the worst economic recession since the 30s, we decided to invest and make the biggest investment in the Norwegian furniture industry on decades. We teamed up with Bjarke Ingels and his team of architects in BIG, Copenhagen, and we are right now building the world's most eco-friendly furniture factory called The Plus in the Magnor in Norway, close to our existing Snøhetta design factory in Torsby, Värmland, designed and built in 2013. And The Plus, our newest development, is the first industrial project in the Nordic region to meet the very highest and most stringent BREEAM outstanding regulations, meaning it's the world's most eco-friendly furniture factory. The project is Paris proof. We're not only meeting the Paris Agreement, but we're actually over-fulfilling the Paris Agreement. So our project will reduce the carbon emissions by more than 55% compared to a similar new factory. We will reduce the need for delivered energy by more than 90%, and we will reuse 95% of all water. The building is based on wood from Sweden and Norway, CLT, glulam, 100% recycled reinforcement steel, low carbon concrete, and so on and so on and so on. And we are doing this simply because we want to bridge the gap between climate activists and people concerned about nature and biodiversity. We want to show to the world that it is possible to combine new, attractive, profitable jobs and at the same time fight climate changes and restore and protect nature and biodiversity. I mean, in a sustainable future, we need to do both, and there is way too much talk about the green shift. What we need is real action, bold statements, bold decisions, and I mean, specific projects on the ground that actually show how this green transition can speed up. Because friends, remember, we have less than 10 years now to end climate changes and stop the damages on nature and biodiversity. So it's really urgent, and we have to step up if we are to do this together. But I'm optimistic, and I think we can do it if we decide to use design and architecture as a tool to change the world as we do, instead of just pushing new products into the market, because the world has more than enough products already.
Fantastic. And but I know you have the factories, but I also read somewhere that you should be also the most sustainable logistic furniture company in the world also, which it's like you wanted to electrify all your fleet of transportation vehicles.
Yes, that's true. So right now it's based on the latest generation of biofuel, which is, I would say, not the future, but it's the best thing available on the market right now. And our goal is that before 2025, all our logistic operations around the world should be based either on 100% renewable energy. We're actually producing our own renewable energy from solar panels on both our factories. We were the first or one of the first companies in Europe to order Tesla Semi, which is the world's first fully electric semi truck. And we are investigating now how we can use hydrogen and other energy sources to be able also to ship our furniture globally around the world. And we're also looking into how we can use renewable energy in the markets where we are present to make sure that the entire value chain is based on 100% renewable energy. And I think that will be possible. Again, I'm really optimistic. I believe in technology. I believe in the power of humans. And I know if we unleash all our creative abilities, if we work together in the world to solve the main issues we have to deal with today, I'm pretty sure that we will make it. But it's not good enough, as old Milton Friedman, one of the world leading economists, said many years ago, that the only social responsibility of private companies is to maximize its profits. I think that kind of short-term profit maximization approach is the reason why we are dealing with the major issues we are in the world today. That's why we have a climate crisis that's based on a resource crisis, because we have produced much too much waste and just continue on going on instead of banning products designed to have a short lifespan. And that's also why 800 million people around the planet is still living in extreme poverty, and injustice is actually everywhere. So I think private companies should ask themselves the question, how can we actually contribute? How can we use the sustainability goals, the global goals, to change stuff? And remember, no one can do everything, but everything can do something, so we can all change the world a bit. And if all companies can start thinking like this, instead of just doing what is right for the short-term profit maximization. I know we can unleash a lot of power to help speeding up this green transition, and that's basically what it's all about.
Wow. I mean, I was intrigued by your motto, change the world block by block. Also, I think that is really, really neat. And but how is the competitive? I mean, how is the market? Your fellow colleagues in the furniture production world has taken it. Are they like intrigued by this also and want also to push the borders, or are they like, no, look, you can't just change the world. The business of business is business, or
yeah,
is it?
As Friedman said, yeah. I think we face both actually. We see a lot of companies stepping up, but there is also way too many old-fashioned companies, and I think some of them actually just try to close their eyes and hope that this is something that will just be over, but or something that they don't have to think about. But that's really wrong. I think companies not stepping up now and not take this serious, I think they will be out of business in a few years, because we don't need them. They're a part of the problem. They're not part of the solution. So I think we see both, but I think the main thing for many companies and brands, and this is no matter what kind of industry they're based on, is the fact that we have to go from a linear economy into a circular economy where throwaway products don't exist anymore. And that's quite hard to change for many companies. As I said, if you travel around Norway, you will find Vestre furniture 60 years back. So we have done this in 73 years already. It's not new to us. Now we call it circular economy, but we have done the same actually in decades. But I think for other companies, based on the fact that they are kind of set up to produce more and more and more and more stuff, and hope that they will be damaged and destroyed so that they can sell even more pieces of objects, that's the main thing we have to change today, this entire picture of how we use our resources. And that's hard and difficult for a lot of companies. And I hear many companies talking about sustainability, but they are still pushing products which is not designed to last forever. And I mean, how sustainable could that be? So private companies should step up. I believe in them, but I also think we need braver and more bold politicians. For instance, when we know about how huge this global problem of waste is, why can we not sit down together and simply decide that we will ban products with a short lifespan? I mean, how is it even possible as a furniture brand to compete on public tenders if you're not willing to offer at least 15-year warranty on your furniture? If you cannot tell public tenders, I mean, it's the taxpayers' money we are spending here. And if you cannot tell the customer what kind of resources did you use, how much energy did you use, what's the carbon footprint of this product, where can we get spare parts if needed, how can we maintenance and refurbish this product, and what happens to the product after 50 years, let's say. If you cannot provide that kind of information, you shouldn't be allowed to compete on the market. And if we use the market as I describe it now, combine politics with the market economy and try to push this green transition in a new way, we can make a green revolution in, let's say, 5 years from now. So it's not that it's not possible. It's not that it's very, very expensive or impossible to do, but we need some bold people leading the way and actually say that, yes, this is what our generation needs to do before it's too late. So less talk, more action. And that's also why we are building the Plus, because we are sick and tired of people talking about the green shift in manufacturing industry. Now we want to prove and how this can be done. And remember, it's not only the most eco-friendly furniture factory on the planet, it's also the most transparent factory. Here are no fences, no closed-off areas. Everyone can watch the manufacturing whenever they want, 24/7 through large windows. They can even access our roof terrace 24/7. We share openly with all our competitors everything about our materials, our production technology. We have developed revolutionizing new technologies of putting up a factory like this, including building precisions and many things. We will share everything for free. Some people find that a bit naive. How will you share your secrets with your competitors? But I'm happy to do so because it's just pushing the green shift. We need more companies to step up. So sharing is caring, as always.
I do believe you're right again, and if SVID, the Swedish Industrial Design Foundation, also could use your open source and also give it to the third part, that would also be something really good. So maybe we should highlight some of your open source takes on our webpage, actually, as tools and guides. But I was thinking of one thing. Elia, you as a master in industrial design from Zurich, and or from Switzerland at least, if you were head of design for a year at Vestre, what kind of advice or what kind of design skills would you do as a take to Vestre during that performance over a year?
Great question, thank you. I was just, actually, while you were speaking, I was thinking that to be able to bring also new generations of designers, people that are not necessarily always familiar with the industry that you're working in, can bring, you know, outside perspectives and with their own view on the world also. And because sometimes when you don't know something, you can ask more questions and then you can get things moving ahead. So I'm sure you have some programs like this where you work, of course, with designers and with your design team. But I think something, yeah, quite daring in that sense also, because often I think designers and the creative industry is struggling, and we're going to keep on struggling, but we need to invent the job of the future. So having designer as a job title is amazing, because you can just do whatever you want, and as long as you have the opportunity or that you give yourself the credit to do what you want to do. So we need to also invent the job of the future, and to do so we need industries that are forward thinking like Vestre, to be able to give the space to designers to say, well, here you go. It's something that we are not sure about. We need
iterative.
Yeah, exactly. We need someone to think about it, and here is some space, and enjoy, and something will come out of it. I mean, in design, in the research process, it can be quite quick, but it can also take a long time to do research. And I think, like, for example, on the green box on my project, I would say like the research process was maybe 6 months, but with all the years accumulated before and where I grew up and all that influenced also. So it's like 6 years, but all my life also before was part of the research phase. Yeah.
So, I like that. But also, if your idea, if you want to secure your firm, your company for the future, you need an industrial designer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because then you can take in all the perspectives. You can mature your company into something more solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like creativity lays in everything that we do, and even if you work in finance, there is creativity in there. But of course, as designers, we have certain tools and certain view on the world, and a way of thinking and looking at things that is a little bit different than other professions. And I think the combination of all of that, and then I go back to what you were saying, we can't do these things alone. We have to put all the knowledge together, and I think the designer and the design thinking can really enhance and push that forward in a beautiful way.
It makes everything more coherent. I mean, mind the gaps, do it with a designer.
Yes.
It's true. I have another question. If you have 30 seconds to spare, Johan Christian, and tell us a little bit, what is circularity to you in 30 seconds?
In 30 seconds, well, 3 things, 10 seconds each. Quality from day one, because that's the basics of circular solutions. Secondly, everything should be possible to restore, refurbish, take apart. And thirdly, when they are taken apart, it should be reused. And if we think this 360 degrees, 365 days a year, 100%, we will get there. I know for sure. And it's not possible. It's actually very efficient, simple, clever, smart. So let's do it.
Great. And to close the loop, I give you 30 seconds also to close the loop in circularity. What is circular design to you, Elia?
So circular design to me is it's something you approach with an open mind. There's always the next step that you have to start thinking about before even finishing the first one. So you need to look at the bigger picture. You can't just look at this little thing that you're doing right now. And by doing that, then I think you're going to realize also that even if you got to a certain stage, even if you have a fantastic idea for a product, you need to see what influences the product in the totality of its life, in everything that makes that product. And then circularity is a collaboration. It's not something you do by yourself. It's something you understand where, you know, the plant grows from, where the seed has been planted, what had nourished the soil, and then what creates then the raw material, and the whole chain completely, all the way back to nourishing again that soil where you planted that first seed. And whether that first seed is an idea or it's actually a plant that then you're going to turn into bioplastic, like for the greenhouse, for example, then it's looking really at the totality of that, and it's extracting yourself as an individual and as maybe a self-centered society, but is looking at the bigger picture and is disrupting the systems that we are in today and that we know. So that's what circularity is for me.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I was also, I mean, Sweden is famous for being a collaborative partner and networker on excellence. So, of course, you know Peter Stordalen, the famous, notorious hotel owner and real estate manager from Norway. You will, of course, introduce him to Elea, so she has some sort of critical mass to try the green box too.
I'm sorry, I don't know him, but I'm sure we can find a way, Elea. And I love the product, and what I love most about it is the fact that it is about how can we use design as a tool to change the world. And one of the things that makes me very optimistic is that I think we see a new generation of industrial designers now, and exactly all kind of designers asking themselves that same question: how can we use design as a tool? I've met way too many designers in my life only concerned about the aesthetics and how things look. And I mean, that's part of the problem, because the world doesn't need more products now. What we need now are solutions to deal with our global issues. So we should bring more politics back into design, architecture, landscape architecture. You brought up the Bauhaus movement from the 30s. I mean, it's so great to see that those kind of values and ideas are back now. How can we use our knowledge and our tools actually to change stuff? But it also needs to be, I mean, bold. It's not just something we can talk about here, and because we agree on all those issues, but it also needs to be bold in terms of making real decisions. For instance, I simply cannot understand why so many designers are involved in different hostile design solutions. We face this all the time in many markets, you know, for instance, public benches with spikes and armrests and other obstacles designed to keep homeless people away from the streets. And I mean, you can blame the private companies and profit maximizing bad people, but I mean, there are designers behind those products. And I simply cannot understand, if we have created a society where some people cannot afford a proper place to live, that's something we should deal with by political reforms, not by hostile designs. But still, designers around the world are doing this. And that's why I'm saying that it's not only enough to agree in discussions like this, but they actually have to step up and do what they know is the right thing. And they should stop earning money on things that are bad and immoral. We simply refuse to do any hostile design project. And I think if we can get more designers, more companies, more knowledge, more people on board this global movement for change, it's, I mean, no limitations on what we can achieve together.
You're right. And that was one of the main issues about the old European Bauhaus also, the cross-sectorial, the interdisciplinary take, where philosophers, artists, and people that have huge skills in perception, people's perception, working together with designer and artists and ceramics and textile producers, textile artists and architects, of course, to solve a higher obstacle, to solve things. And that's what we have to do also today. Cross-sectorial, working together, but it's a little bit better if you put a designer in lead of these transitions and proceedings, I think. Together we can change the world, as you say. So, thank you very much for participating and have this excellent, nice little chat with me. And I would like to say goodbye and au revoir, and let you also have some finishing words to say.
Thank you so much, Jonas and Jan-Christian. It's been a pleasure to be part of this chat. And yes, I think keep circularity and creativity bind together, and we'll have a brilliant future with that. So,
Splendid.
Hej då.
Jan-Christian, have you some final words also?
I would just say thank you, take care, can't wait to see you again, and remember, everything is possible still.
Everything is possible.
Welcome to this discussion, where we're going to talk about the Nordic Report 3, which is a part of a publication series about current innovation within sustainable consumption and production in the Nordic countries. These reports strive to spread awareness and influence domestic and international policy. I'm sitting here with Anders Wijkman. Anders, you're an opinion leader, an author. You have extensive experience in sustainable development. You've had a career in everything from Secretary General of the Swedish Red Cross to member of the European Parliament. And now you're currently active in Climate Kick. You have read the report. So what themes stand out to you?
The report touches upon many issues. One of them is the fact that the Nordic countries are sharing more or less the same values, that it makes a lot of sense for the Nordic countries to cooperate. If you put the Nordic countries' economies together, we are a very, very major player. First of all, I want to say that I'm very pleased by the fact that the design community now is taking an active role in the shaping of the circular economy. Design is crucially important. We have to have products that are designed for reuse, where there is no obsolescence inbuilt, and which have a longer product life. Secondly, we need to go from owning products to benefiting from services. That would totally change the whole logic for business, for the business community. As it is today, they sort of are not responsible any longer once they have sold their product. If they own the product and lease it, then they are responsible until the end. And that means they will design it differently.
With us today here, we have 5 Nordic experts on sustainable consumption and production. Signe Jungersted from Denmark, CEO and founding partner of Group NAO. You have led Copenhagen's tourism transformation. Andreas Randøy from Norway. Andreas is a Norwegian environmentalist, activist, and a member of the board in Nature and Youth. Rund Gunsteinsdottir from Iceland, managing director at FESTA, Icelandic Center for Social Responsibility and Sustainability. Kari Herlevi from Finland, Finnish multi-skilled circular economy expert, who is currently leading the circular economy focus area at Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. Eva Karlsson from Sweden. Eva is the CEO of the Swedish brand Houdini Sportswear. Houdini is a sustainable outdoor clothing company with a product philosophy centered around products with long life, versatile performance, and minimalist constructions. What does the paradigm shift within sustainable production and consumption mean to you in your work?
For me, the paradigm shift needs to be about shifting, but it also needs to be about reduction.
A shift in mindset, that is the most important to me. That we enable ourselves to think differently about what's valuable and how we use resources.
Making sure that the materials are better used in the society in the first place, and we can make more out of less.
To build awareness and to build an understanding of the impact of individual choices.
I think it has to do with ways in which we sense the urgency, and then how willing we are to open up our minds to the different options and how we can address these urgencies.
You have to have an emotional and a rational way of looking at things the way they are and realize that they're completely upside down and that we can create something much, much better together.
The biggest industry in Norway is producing oil and gas, and we need to start producing renewable energy instead. But also, we need to simply produce less.
How can a circular economy play a significant role globally?
We're trying to design a circular ecosystem, much like how nature works.
Circulate better these materials, innovate in the business models, how we actually use these end products, houses and transportation, cars, etc. We could actually reduce heavy industry emissions by 50% already by 2050.
We have to create products that are circular in themselves, so that at the end of life or next life, when the product is worn out, hopefully a very long lifetime first, and then eventually a product wears out, then it has to be easy to bring back into the system, and we have to bring it back without a loss of value.
We should shift from designing products to design more services, because there we could actually make a better impact and make sure that people are not just buying and owning things, but they are more or less benefiting of the end usage.
How well does a closed-loop recycling system work?
We have managed really, really well at designing our products for circularity. But in a systemic perspective, there's a lot of work still to do. And recycling systems and the infrastructure for recycling, that is not in place.
Let's hear from Anders.
It is cheaper for a company to source virgin materials as compared to secondary materials or recycled materials. And as long as this is the case, circularity or moving from a linear production model to a circular production model will be very, very difficult.
Eva?
This is a recycled fiber. So this should be much cheaper, I would say, or at least not more expensive than a virgin fiber, considering the efforts and the risk involved in extracting crude oil.
Many products are simply too cheap. We have to pay more for all the services and products. And if we pay more, it will also mean that the design will be different and we will use materials in a more responsible way.
What role does the Nordic region have in leading sustainable production and consumption?
The things that really identify us globally are things like gender equality, the welfare society, and these issues are huge in many countries of the world. So if you think about the poorest countries, developing countries, countries in transition, countries in conflict, these are really valuable assets that we have. And we also, some of the Nordic countries are really doing well when it comes to innovation and technological development.
It is important to also connect with the right players internationally as well, and make sure that the Nordics are the impact is bigger than the the region itself internationally.
So we have to have a global approach, and we have to ask for different things in different parts of the world. We have to allow people living still in poverty or in very meager conditions to attain better living standards. At the same time, it has to be done in a way that doesn't destroy the planet.
It's important to see the lives we lead in the Nordics in a global context, because in many ways we're privileged. And with privilege comes responsibility to do things that are good for the planet and people.
I think also the Nordics can play a very important role in their relationship with developing countries and help them build capacity and start understanding the need to move in this direction. Raise awareness that we live on one little planet.
Why do you think the Nordic Report publication series is important?
The Sustain Nordic is a good example of what will be key to the sustainable development shifting forward, and that's that we share what works and what doesn't. That we share our ideas, because no one has the solution and no one has a crystal ball. But the key to this is learning from each other.
The more that we join forces, like we're doing with this project, which is, I think, an amazing example as well of collaboration in the Nordic region, the more we do this, the more we are able to not only improve the lives in our countries, but also give a good example to the world around us.
The collaboration and cross-pollinating of ideas, I think, is not only important, it's also a lot of fun.
What specific policy changes would make it easier to create circular products or systems?
You have to educate policymakers. Most of them don't have a natural science background, which also means that some of the issues that are being discussed here are quite alien to them. But I hope that dialogue, in this case between the design community and policymakers, can make things move in the right direction. Because you need frameworks, policy frameworks, that guide all of us in the right direction.
What is needed is the strong support from the government and the policy level to guide also the change in a faster way.
Public policies and regulations to provide the private sector with a framework.
Using the legal system in the fight for climate justice and against the destruction of nature and of our climate, I think that might become a really important tool for the environmental movement and from impacted people.
The main issue is that it has been too cheap to use nature. And why the hell do we tax labor like we do and not nature? In my country, Sweden, 61% of tax revenue comes from taxing labor. 5% comes from taxing energy use, resource use, and pollution. We have to tax materials more, and we have to tax labor and work less.
It's urgent to get legal protection of nature.
In what way can the circular economy help recovery from the negative consequences of the global pandemic?
The COVID-19 is a perfect example how interconnected we are on this little planet. And this is just one example, pandemics. But climate change, biodiversity loss, a financial system that is very, very fragile. You could add to that exponential technologies. There are many aspects of ordinary life where we see these interconnectedness and where we lack resilience and where we lack preparedness for shocks. And there will be future shocks. I hope we learn a lesson from COVID, that we need to reduce these risks and build resilience. And we cannot wait until the shock is upon us. With the pandemic, we will hopefully be able to get out of it. But when it comes to climate change, if it goes too far, it will be irreversible. And then there is no way back. So hopefully, this awareness about interconnectedness, that everything is interconnected, I think that awareness will help us to move in the right direction.
Let's hear from Kari.
Early research shows that companies that have invested in circular business models have performed better in recent months and in the recent years. So I would say and argue that in the global value chains, there is a shift towards more kind of shorter value chains and really making sure that we are using the materials that we have in the society already and outsourcing also closer.
Signe?
We've also understood now that our individual choices in terms of how we consume, what the products that we consume are they produced sustainably, are they produced locally, and so on, can actually have a collective impact. So I think it's the power of individual choice and the consumers realizing that.
What is the biggest challenge for creating change in today's environmental movement?
We need fundamental shift, and we need it globally, but I really believe that it starts from the local communities.
And we have to act now, because climate change is accelerating. And if we are responsible, and we should be responsible as ancestors, we owe it to our children and their children.
People who are older than me are better at convincing people at their own age than I am. And the politicians of today are older than I am. So I think the older people need to listen to the youth, listen to our demands, and join in on the movement.
We are the life on the blue planet, a planet in constant development where human innovations are supposed to lead to a better future. But there are some things that don't seem as promising. Our electricity grids, water and sewage networks are overburdened. And as the population grows larger, the health of the cities decrease and the planet becomes less blue. We need to address this burden and build homes that are independent from the common networks, and start aiming for off-grid solutions within cities as well. This is Jönköping, but it might as well have been any other city, because if our concept works here, it can work just about anywhere in the world. Here, we are planning to build apartment blocks for approximately 120 people. The unique aspect of these buildings is that they are completely self-sufficient in both energy, water and sewage. We call this concept Yeah. And it's based on multiple tried and tested subsystems and technologies that cooperate. In this concept, the building envelope will keep a level of isolation that is at least equivalent to that of a nearly zero energy building. We prefer wooden houses, but you can use just about any construction technology. The main energy source will come from solar panels, which will be placed on both the roof and facades. The extracted energy will be stored in batteries that power the house. Some functions in the house can be run by direct current, and others need 230 volt alternating current. When solar panels get overheated, they lose efficiency and shorten their lifespan. To avoid this, we cool them down using liquid, and once the liquid warms up, we can use the thermal energy in other aspects of the house. And the solar panels remain efficient and last longer. The hydrogen system stores energy from summer to winter. When the batteries are fully loaded, the excess energy gets transported to an electrolyzer, which splits water into oxygen and hydrogen. The process gives us a hot water flow of 65 degrees and additional energy for the house. The hydrogen gas is compressed and stored in tanks. During the colder half of the year, when the solar panels won't supply as much energy, the hydrogen gas will be transported to a fuel cell. Adding oxygen will create a chemical reaction inside the fuel cell, and the stored energy will come out as electricity. Water is used to cool the process. The electricity gets transferred to the batteries, and the house gets a hot water flow of 55 degrees. Any excess electricity or hydrogen gas can be used to fuel vehicles. 80 to 90% of the water supply comes from rainfall. All stormwater from the buildings and the lot will be collected in a pond, which acts as a water storage. The water is led through a sand filter before it continues into the building's purification center. This is also where the warm grey water from the house gets purified. In the purification process, we use mechanical filters that remove particles down to 0.01 micron, as well as advanced oxidation process and an after-treatment with UV light. We now have clean water of 30 degrees circling in the building. The conductivity of the grey water is measured continuously, and any water that is considered too dirty is momentarily transferred to the toilet drain. By purifying and recircling the grey water, we save up to 90% of the water consumption. In order to achieve a pleasant water temperature, we heat the water to 45 degrees. This saves approximately 75% of the energy used to heat water. Because of the water's purity levels, no biofilm can be formed in the pipelines. This way, we avoid Legionella despite the water only being heated to 45 degrees. But when it comes to drinking water in our kitchens and bathrooms, we don't really want a temperature of 30 degrees. And cooling purified grey water is a waste of energy. So instead, cool drinking water is collected from a well, which also acts as a backup if we run out of rainwater. The collected rainwater also supplies us with toilet water. The purification of the black water is based on biomimetics, which is similar to the natural cycle. The toilet water is transported to a biological purification center, completely free from chemicals. The first stop in the purification center is an oxygen desufficient tank where microbes clean the water to such a good level that we don't need any sludge emptying. Next, the water is pumped into a heavily oxygenated tank where flow, plants, root systems and bugs finish the purification. As opposed to nature, this process only takes 12 hours. The final product is clear, drinkable water, but we only use it to flush, again and again and again. The heat pump is the heart of the heating system. The house generates large flows of thermal, liquid-borne energy. The solar panels generate a flow of 20 to 40 degrees in the summer. During the warm half of the year, the electrolyzer generates 65 degrees, and during the colder half, the fuel cell generates 55 degrees. The recirculation of the grey water sustains at 30 degrees. During the summer, we will get an excess of thermal energy which we can save till winter. The energy is saved in a geothermal layer underneath the house, where it's stored in rock flour and collected through a thin pipe with liquid. The amount of thermal energy makes it a given to use liquid-borne floor heating in the apartments. In order to have a good and healthy indoor climate, ventilation is perhaps the most important function. During millions of years, termites have developed a natural ventilation system, which has been our inspiration. The outdoor air is led into a slow flow through the ground. During the winter, the cold air gets heated by the ground, and during the summer, the warm air gets cooled by the ground. This gives us a constant flow of 14 to 16 degree air into the house. The air culvert is about 2 meters in diameter. This gives us a slow flow, and all particles down to 0.4 micron land at the bottom of the culvert. Gravity filtrates the air and removes dirt and allergy-causing particles in a natural manner. The culvert only needs vacuuming once every other year. To ensure a constant slow flow, we install an axial fan where the air can enter the basement. The thermal air is led through a canal to every apartment. The temperature in the apartment is balanced between the air inlet, people, heat-generating devices, and the floor heating. Because of the air inlet's constant temperature of 14 to 16 degrees, we won't need any cooling in the summer. The relative humidity will automatically become a very healthy 30 to 70%. With termite-inspired ventilation, we can avoid dry air during the winter, which gives us a healthier indoor climate. The used heated air leaves the apartment through natural extraction. Smart bathroom and kitchen fans can be used where the air needs enforcement. Compared to a modern, highly effective FTX ventilation system, the energy consumption will be halved. The YAIR concept is a self-sufficient building that does not burden the already overburdened common networks. The YAIR concept can make a difference in our lives, a difference to our climate, and a difference to our still blue planet. The concept is thought out and assembled by Yellon, but it would not have been possible without the expert groups and institutions involved.
Hej och välkomna till Spok-TV. Här är vi idag med Tony på M&E Olssons klockgjuteri i Ystad. Och ert företag har ju funnits sedan 1805 och det började med att ni lagade kyrkklockor.
Det stämmer, ja.
Så vad gjorde ni då och hur har företaget utvecklats sedan dess?
Jo, det började med att en klocka sprack i en kyrka utanför Skurup och de undrade om det var någon som skulle kunna komma på någon lösning till att laga klockan, för det fanns inte på den tiden. Och det var en smed i byn som kom på en finurlig lösning på hur det skulle fungera. Och det blev så bra så han fick åka land och rike runt och laga spruckna klockor. Och sen fortsatte de med att gjuta klockor. Och idag så ligger vi i Ystad, där det har funnits de senaste 100 åren.
Och idag så gör ni fortfarande klockor, kyrkklockor.
Det gör vi.
Men ni gör andra saker också?
Allt från konst till design till prototyper av maskiner och lite annat. Så att,
och så här ser formarna ut. Detta är bara formar till klockor.
Ja, det är modeller som vi använder idag.
Ja. Och de är gjorda i?
Det är glasfiber.
Glasfiber.
Ja. Så att, och det gör att tiden går snabbare till att forma än vad det gjorde förr.
Ja.
Så att,
Precis. Men ni gör också andra typer av formar som du berättade.
Ja,
som
idag så försöker vi följa med utvecklingen, så att idag så har vi en 3D-skrivare som skriver ut modellerna som vi sedan kan sandforma och sen smälta rakt ner i formen.
Ja.
Så försvinner plasten och kvar är färdig produkt.
Det är ju väldigt kul.
Det underlättar.
Men hur blir det med ytfinishen då? För att 3D-printade grejer har ju de här liksom strukturen.
Ja, allting efterarbetas med slipas och poleras.
Ja.
Så att vi behöver bara en grov form för att kunna fortsätta.
I själva gjutningen?
Ja.
Och sen så polerar ni efter?
Stämmer, ja.
I det här materialet som ni gjuter främst i?
Det är brons, mässing och aluminium som är huvudsaken.
Det här är då ugnen?
Ja, det är den stora ugnen som vi har när vi gjuter klockor, större klockor.
Ja.
Annars är det den lilla ugnen som vi har här, och då har vi deglar som vi stoppar ner i ugnen där.
Mm. De är ju häftiga. De deglarna ser ut som att de har varit med om en hel del gjutning.
De har varit med några år.
Ja.
Så att, och då är det ju...
Så här är sanden?
Det är en av sand vi använder. Det är oljebunden sand.
Ja.
Och det
den håller ihop?
Den håller ihop själv, ja. Med bara tryck som vi packar där.
Ja.
Och denna röda sanden använder vi när det är mycket detaljer som måste vara med på gjutningen.
Ja.
För den går in i alla utrymmena som finns.
Och vad är detta för någonting då?
Det är brons.
Ja. Och vad är det till?
Detta är ingjutet bara.
Ja,
om man tittar här så har vi...
Det är den delen här?
Ja. Det är ingjutet och kommer in, för när de svalnar så krymper materialet och vill ha mer material.
Ja.
Så att...
Kan ni återanvända detta då?
Det återanvänder vi, ja.
Ni återanvänder allt som blir över?
Allt material återanvänds.
Ja.
Så att det är som när vi gjuter aluminium, använder vi gamla bilfälgar.
Okej.
För det är den bästa aluminium som finns.
Det är jättebra.
Ja.
Så detta åker tillbaka in i ugnen bara?
Det åker ner i ugnen igen, ja, och smälts om.
För att få det här så använder ni vax, eller vad var det?
Det är vax, ja. Just det emblemet är faktiskt i silikon, så vi kan återanvända om och om igen.
Ja, och då sätter ni bara det på liksom den andra formen?
Ja, precis, på plastformarna som vi hade där uppe.
Ja.
Där har du ju texten på de här, det är gjort i vax.
Ja.
Och när man plockar ut plastformen så sitter de kvar i sanden.
Ja, ja.
Sen sätter man värme på så rinner vaxet ut ur formen.
Coolt. Och sen så har vi den här. Det var bara ett experiment.
Ja, precis. Det var för att se hur man kan använda 3D-printing till göra modeller och gjuta rakt ner. Då.
Så Tony,
ja.
Jag tänkte vi skulle snacka lite om ytfinish. När man har gjutit någonting och det är färdigt, kommit ut ur formen. Vad behöver man göra då?
Ja, först och främst så är det ju oftast lite skägg efter delningen på formen. Och det får man slipa bort. Du ser en liten del där till exempel.
Ja.
Man fixar till ytorna så det är jämnt och fint och sen blästrar man oftast det för att få bort sliprepor.
Som denna är blästrad. Den har kommit till det steget.
Ja, precis. Och efter det, sen beror det vad man vill ha för finish. Ska det vara matt eller det ska vara blank?
Ja.
Brons går att göra högblank om man vill det.
Ja.
Och då är det olika steg, ända upp till vaxpolering för att få en jätteblank yta.
Och det tar tid?
Där tar tiden
om vi skulle göra denna högblank, hur många timmar polering hade det?
Ja, där har vi nog 2 dagars polering.
2 dagars polering, ja. Så det är liksom kostnaden då?
Ja, precis.
Det är det som kostar?
Precis.
Ja.
Så att,
kan man komma runt det på något sätt?
Tyvärr inte när det är så stora saker.
Nej.
Man kan, om man vill, till exempel de här små, har vi en kontakt som kan trumla.
Ja.
Med små chips och då kan man få dem blanka.
Alltså trumla är när man slänger i en maskin med små stenar som åker runt som i en tvättumlare typ.
Precis, ja.
Och sen så är det stenarna som formar.
Ja, och sen byter man sten till finare sten och så vidare. Så att,
ja, det är ett annat sätt.
Precis.
Som den här till exempel. Vad måste man tänka på? Detta är ju en formgivare som har kommit till er.
Ja.
Och detta ska vara en klocka.
Ja.
Vad är det man behöver tänka på som formgivare när man kommer till er med ett uppdrag?
Framförallt släppvinklar på modellen.
Ja.
Man måste kunna dra ut modellen ur sanden.
Ja.
Utan att sanden följer med.
Precis, som typ den här, den har väl gjutits så?
Ja, precis ja.
Och då är den rund?
Ja, då är den rund ju, så då är det släppningar överallt ju. Ja. Och det är minst 3 grader vill man ha.
Ja, för att den inte ska fastna.
Ja. I den här är det ju, den här har ju varit konisk på detta hållet. Och det är bättre att det är mer konisk och sen slipar ner istället.
Okej, så ni har slipat ner de här 3 graderna då?
Ja, det här var en linje här mitt på från början.
Och vad är det mer man ska tänka på när man kommer ett uppdrag till er? Det är väl tydliga ritningar?
Framförallt tydliga ritningar och när det är gjutning så krymper allting. Brons krymper ungefär 2%.
Ja.
Så har du exakta mått, det är svårt.
Ja.
Man måste tänka för att göra det lite större.
Ja, förstorade de 2%.
Ja, precis, ja.
Men ni kan också ta emot 3D-filer kanske då?
Ja, det kan vi.
Och skriva ut själva?
Ja, vi kan skriva ut 45 gånger 45 och centimeter, så 47 centimeter högt.
Men utöver släppvinklar och krympning, är det något mer man ska tänka på kring när man designar någonting för gjutning?
Det är svårt att säga. Alla saker har sin egen utseende och det är svårt att säga för man har sett det. Ja. Är man bara öppen för lite samarbete och lite kompensering så ska allting gå.
Ja, okej. Så ni har ju en mekanisk verkstad också?
Det har vi, ja.
Och vad gör ni här?
Ja, allt från svarva till att fräsa här bakom. Där vi bygger diverse axlar till klockor, motorer som ringer i klockorna. Lite tornur har vi gjort.
Så ni kan göra de mekaniska lösningarna också?
Ja, det kan vi göra.
Ja, det är häftigt.
Så att, det är allt möjligt. Vi är allt i allo.
Ja, det är häftigt. Ja. Så jag tänkte vi skulle avsluta med att snacka lite kostnader. Ja. För det är ju viktigt.
Ja, det är det.
Vilket material är dyrast till exempel?
Brons är ju helt klart dyrast viktmässigt. För det väger, 1 liter väger 9 kilo. Ja. Och det är kilopris. Så därav är priset dyrare på det. Ja. Men som sagt, efterarbetet är mycket enklare så man sparar lite där.
Sparar tid där?
Ja. Så att i slutändan så är det är fortfarande dyrare men inte så mycket dyrare som man tror.
Nej, okej. Men det man måste vara medveten om är att det är en iterativ process som du pratar om. Att det kanske inte blir perfekt första gången.
Precis. Alla nya projekt har sina problem. Och inte alltid den första gången det blir bra. Och då måste vi göra en till. Därav är alltid den första man gör blir alltid dyrare än resten som kommer senare om man gör 10.
Ja.
För då har man redan tagit sig igenom den värsta processen. Så att,
Och sen vet man att det funkar.
Precis.
Och så har man formerna och processen.
Ja,
liksom.
det har man klart sen så att slipper man göra de misstagen.
Ja, perfekt.
Ja.
Men tack så jättemycket Tony för
Tack
att vi fick
själv.
komma på besök. Jättefint att få vara här. Spook-TV och alla tittare är förhoppningsvis superinspirerade. Jag vet att jag är jätteinspirerad och peppad på att gjuta någonting. Jag vill gjuta någonting nu. Men vi får komma tillbaka och göra det.
Ni är välkomna. Tack
så jättemycket.
My name is Malin Busk. I'm the founder of High on Life. I was traveling in Ghana and I saw the abundance of skilled tailors working in every corner of the road. And I realized that that's the normal way to do your clothes or to buy clothes is to go to the market, buy your fabric, take it to the tailor, take your measurements, choose from a catalog or big pictures your style, and you make your changes, etc. And then the tailor saw it, and a few days later you can pick up your very own unique style. So I got very inspired of this and like, okay, I want to try this. As I'm not a designer, I'm not trained as a designer. I'm not very good in sewing. But I have a lot of ideas. So this was my way of trying out my ideas with someone that was skilled in sewing. In the same day, I can have an idea. My tailor understands my way of doing an ugly sketch and showing some pictures and manage to create more or less what I'm looking for. Living in 2 continents have been a great influence for me when it comes to taking my Scandinavian heritage and mix it with the African influences to create what I call street couture. I mean, from Sweden, I have my clean lines, the minimalistic kind of streetwear influences. And in Ghana, it's the extra everything, extravagant bling, look at me, patterns, bold fabrics, etc. So, and that's what inspired me. Also the street life in Ghana, where you have this mix of traditional wear, ladies going to church with their colorful creations and turbans and everything. And then like ghetto boys following the latest, more American trends, but in their own way because they don't have the money, so they need to create something their own way. And I just love that mix of people in the same street looking so different. Sustainability has been my, it's my start for working in fashion at all. Or I kind of wanted to leave fashion when I understood how bad it is. And then I realized, okay, there is other ways to do it. So let that be my niche and try to change something, even in a small scale, but do something different. I only produce what there is demand for. I don't make stock. We don't have to send anything for landfill or burning or anything like that. And of course, the fair trade, ethical production. As I've been working with independent tailors, paying them what they ask for, sometimes more because I think what they ask for is too low. I'm very lucky to have so many talented people around me that are also happy to contribute with their specific talent. And I think that makes the difference, because then everybody have their creativeness and you make magic together.
Hi, I'm Lola. I'm from Mallorca.
I'm James. I'm from the UK.
And I'm Elia, and I'm from France.
And together we're On Materia. As On Materia, we're very much focused on sustainability in tackling our design challenges. Together, I think we bring different elements of that, whether it's designing systems or looking at new materials or circular thinking. Together, these help us really bring a new dimension to design.
So we met each other during our masters at ECAL, and by chance we moved here to Sweden. They moved to the south, I moved to Stockholm, and by starting to collaborate little things, we decided to create On Materia together.
So one of the projects that we want to showcase is an ongoing exploration and research project on natural fiber, and more specifically flax, or better known as linen. In the flax, in the natural fiber itself, we've been looking at the whole plant, the linen plant. So from the seed, where you can get the oil that then you can turn into composites, but also the fiber itself that then can be used as a material that can strengthen the composite material. So we had an approach that was really looking at the totality of what the plant could bring to create better products.
So we have been trying to apply this research mostly in sport equipment, as it's a sector that uses extensively toxic materials as carbon fiber, and it needs at the same time a very performative material.
The normal construction of a snowboard is very much about layers, and normal materials that you might use are glass fiber with a foam core, and that's all bonded together with quite toxic resin with some metal components in there that cannot be removed. What we do differently is that we look at those layers, and starting with the core, we replace that maybe with an aspen or a balsa. It's very lightweight. And then we use the layers of the natural fiber, which are really engineered to bring the strength. So we have that 45 degrees at the bottom. On top, we have something that is strong in 3 directions, and that brings performance. All of this is sandwiched together in our version with a thermoplastic. The thermoplastic is a really good alternative to resin because it could be more impact resistant, but also at the end of life it could be recovered or even composted.
And that at the moment the project has been very much on the research and exploration with the different materials, but we've come so far that it's with the knowledge we have and the materials we're using and the experimentation we're doing, the leap to produce it and to be able to sell them and then to go and ride down the mountain, we're just one small step away, really.
Being a designer puts us in a unique situation almost, that we touch so many different areas and industries that we are able to be the bridge or the portal for different industries to connect, to find new solutions, whether it's from an artistic perspective or really making very technical things very understandable to normal people. And I think design is incredibly powerful that we can do that. So I feel a responsibility that if you're able to use your creativity to do those things, then that's a responsibility. Yeah.
Mm.
I'm Johanna, and I'm an architect and designer.
And I'm Alvin, I'm also an architect and a designer, and together we run Polymorph, which is a multidisciplinary practice for design, architecture and research, which investigates the borderland between digital fabrication and craft.
We use computational design or procedural design to model in the computer forms of great complexity, and we materialize these through the means of ceramic 3D printing.
The idea is that we design processes, digital processes or algorithms that can generate shapes that are quite complex, that would have been very hard to design otherwise. Things that they might be organic in a way, or they look like they came up from the bottom of the ocean and you don't know what it is. I think that's something that is intuitively frightening for humans, maybe because we don't know what this creature or object is. Is it poisonous, or is it good for me? I think it has to do with that. Previously, the shape has been the expensive part in production. So if you want to have an elephant or an eagle or a very intricate shape, it gets very expensive. But if you just want to have a box, that's cheaper, right? But when you 3D print, the shape doesn't matter anymore. You can 3D print whatever because the printer doesn't care.
I would say the printer, or maybe the printer doesn't care, but the clay cares. So it's even more efficient to make a complex form than a straight boxy form, because the clay wouldn't like that and it would collapse. We are currently investigating how to implement these forms into an architectural scale. And one project that we are working on right now is how we can make these texturous bricks implemented in traditional facade systems.
There is always so much clay that are excavated when you build a building, and nobody knows really what to do with this clay. Mostly it's just a problem. But what if someone could bring a printer to the site and a kiln and just build a building out of the material that is just brought up from the ground?
And that makes it interesting both in a sustainable way and also in a relatable way to the actual context, because the color of the ground will match. Like it will be from there. And that is one aspect of making a socially sustainable place. Because one of the biggest parts within architecture that we work from is the importance of building environments that people are enjoying and wants to keep. Because however sustainable the actual material choices are, doesn't really matter in 100 years if people think that the buildings are really ugly, because then they will just tear them down. And that is an aspect of sustainability which is very interesting to us. And it's really rarely discussed in today's discourse. And an example is that like the old parts of towns are the most appreciated, and this house from the 16th century is not in any risk of being demolished, but that is maybe a house from the 80s or 90s today is at a very, very large risk to be torn down because people think it's ugly. And that aspect is really interesting, to make things that are precious and then kept.
The second day of Southern Sweden Design Days has come to its end. We hope you had some great design experiences today.
We'll be back tomorrow with a great program featuring a broad range of designers, seminars and panels. And until then, don't miss out on the chance to make your own program route by registering on our webpage, southernswedendesigndays.com. See you tomorrow!